This is rather an obvious metaphor, but I often think of the similarities between travel and life. Many of the questions you could ask yourself about travel also apply to life. Do you travel for the sake of traveling, or do you travel to get somewhere? Do you move slowly, soaking in the moments, or do you move fast, accumulating experiences, ticking off boxes? And how much reflecting do you do on both your traveling and your living? How much intentionality do you bring into both your traveling and your living? Do you want to get somewhere, or are you happy in the present moment? Are you restless even when you are still? Or have you found a way to always be at peace even when you're moving, perhaps especially when you're moving? Do you think about traveling? Do you think about life?
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen, our weekly podcast on economics, politics, and behavioral science. Please welcome your host, Amit Varma.
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen. My guest today is Utsav Mamoria, the creator of the great travel podcast Postcards from Nowhere. Utsav is a creator who thinks deeply about what the act of creating means, and he is now sharing his insights with all of you. Utsav and Chuck Gopal, aka Deepak Gopalakrishnan, who's been on a memorable episode with me, are starting a project together called the 6% Club, in which they help creators get from idea to launch in 45 days. So if you've had creative ideas for a while, but not had either the momentum or the know-how or the non-Bengaliness to launch these ideas, don't just stand there. Sign up with the 6% Club. Utsav and Chuck will get you there. The URL is in the show notes, and Utsav also talks about it at the start of this conversation. And we talk of a lot else. We talk of slow travel. We talk of noticing the world. We talk of intentionality. We talk of learning how to see. We talk of being a creator. We talk of how a philosophy towards travel can also be a philosophy of living. The best travelers don't just look outwards, they look inwards. Utsav certainly does, and that's why I love this conversation so much. But before we get to it, let's take a quick commercial break. Hey, the music started and this sounds like a commercial, but it isn't. It's a plea from me to check out my latest labor of love, a YouTube show I am co-hosting with my good friend, the brilliant Ajay Shah. We've called it Everything is Everything. Every week, we'll speak for about an hour on things we care about, from the profound to the profane, from the exalted to the everyday. We range widely across subjects and we bring multiple frames with which we try to understand the world. Please join us on our journey and please support us by subscribing to our YouTube channel at youtube.com/Amit Varma, AMITVARMA. The show is called Everything is Everything. Please do check it out. Utsav, welcome to The Seen and the Unseen.
Thank you so much, Amit. Happy to be here.
Yeah, we've been talking about this for a long time, and it's been a long time sort of happening, and I'm really glad you're here, and I'm especially glad to learn about your new venture with our good mutual friend Chuck Gopal, the great Deepak Gopalakrishnan, who did such a memorable episode with me a couple of years back, and I just think he's one of the most brilliant content creators out there, not just in terms of content, but in thinking meta about content and getting meta about it, and the show is called that, and I had a role to play in that, but so, and you two are coming together to help content creators, so I'm just so excited about this. So tell me more.
So this actually just started off with, Deepak, telling me that, hey, I have been always wanting to do something in this space. And Deepak and I go a way back, right? So we go way back. Yeah, so he was just a batch senior to me at our MBA school, Micah. And we have been discussing things on and off. He got me into podcasting, right? I think that's the story I really want to tell, because I remember it was 2018 or 17 sometime, and he reached out and said, hey, I run a podcast and I wanted to come on it. My two questions were, what is a podcast? Right? And I was like, what do you think I will have to say which is going to be of any value to you? Right? He's like, no, you work in market research, you work in consumer behavior. So just come and speak and, we'll figure it out. We'll have some fun. I'm like, well, it's your show, but feel free to junk it if you think it's not worth it. Right? So we went on to that show and I had a blast, absolute blast with the Simplified team. And then it's around that time I took a sabbatical. Right? I was always into traveling, but it's something I really wanted to do. So I took 3 months off from work. Right? And I then did an episode with them talking about how to take a sabbatical in India.
I've heard that. That was lovely. That was super meta.
Right? Because one thing is we're very conscious, right? That unlike a lot of creators out there, including yourself, my side gigs are my side gigs. That they are not my main gigs. I still have a full-time job and, an EMI to pay and so on. So was it a wise decision? Should I do that or not? You went to go through all those things and, also navigate that at your organization. And kudos to my former organization who said that, yeah, just sort of go for it types. Right. So that happened. I came back, did a whole couple of episodes on budget travel. And it's around that time when, we were sitting in one of the recordings and I had set myself a goal when I started out saying that in 3 months, I want to write a book of whatever my experience is. Right. Now, the funny bit is that I actually wrote the book and I have been sitting on the manuscript for the last 6 years for a variety of reasons. But when I was talking about this entire thing, one of the producers said that, why don't you pitch your own travel show? Right. And this is where my favorite enemy came back to me, which is called self-rejection. Right. And I'm like, yeah, sure. But really, I mean, I have traveled a bit. Sure, I've done a sabbatical, which is interesting and different. But, creating content is a completely different game. But then Deepak said, just give it a shot, right? I mean, why don't you submit a pitch to IBM? And then we went through a couple of random iterations, and that's how Postcards from Nowhere, the show, was born. And I think one of the things which at least I did not realize then, and now I realize now, is that all of creativity, content creation, podcasting, YouTubing, whatever you do, the most important journey you take is actually the journey which you take within, right? The amount of sheer discipline it gives you, right? Because you simply cannot do it without discipline. Motivation is fickle, right? And sort of this thought has been with both of us, between Deepak and I, for a while, right? And just about a couple of months ago, I sort of said to him that, we should do something in this space. So initially we thought of, just talking about accountability. And this also happened completely by chance because a couple of friends told me that, hey, listen, I'm trying to do these things. One of them is an entrepreneur, one is a freelancer, saying that these are important for the future of my work. But because I'm so caught up in day-to-day stuff, I'm never able to dedicate time to it. So please be my accountability partner, right? And help me through this. And both of them said, I'll pay you. I'm like, why are you paying me? You're my friends. There's no reason for you to pay me. And they told me, no, I should feel the pain of paying you because I should feel that something I should have done by myself. I'm literally paying someone else to tell me, hey, have you done this? Right? So that's how it started. I'm still working with those two individuals for their goals. Right? And that's when we sort of came up with the idea, and we call it the 6% Club. Now, people are very, say that what is the point of a 6% club? If you have to be a club, be a 1% club, be a 0.1% club. But it really comes from the fact that there is some research which says that 94% people don't reach the goals they are into. Right? And we have been on that side, both him and I. But we now also feel that we're on the 6% side. So we just want to sort of create a club called the 6% Club and help people get their content projects off the ground. And we understand it's very hard because he runs a full-time venture, right? I have a full-time job. And it's really hard to balance these things. And it does not come easy. But we have always sort of found ways. And we really want it to, be a 30-day, 45-day period where you just go from an idea to an execution. We're getting another friend on board who's a full-time YouTuber, right? So he's done the Indian dream of engineering, an MBA, and then decided that this is not what I want to do. And took a plunge into YouTube about 4 years ago. And now he's monetized and he has built products on the back of his YouTube audience as well. And he's also in the travel space. And he's again an old friend I know for about 20 years now. Right. So
what's his name?
His name is Abhishek Vaid. His show is called The Untravel Show. It's on YouTube. And just the three of us felt that, with Deepak doing podcasting and newsletter and a whole bunch of other stuff he has done. I've done 2 podcasts now, and next year my book should come out. And Abhishek, of course, is a full-time YouTuber. So we felt that the larger space of content creation, which is what most people want to do, sort of covers the three of us. So again, that's it. We really have no idea how this is going to go. But it's just such a exciting and fun thing to do because when you get to see your dream projects come to life, right? There's a certain joy which honestly no amount of corporate promotions sort of can give you. Or maybe I'm too old for it to be overjoyed by corporate promotions now. But yeah, so that sort of has been the discussion between Deepak and I, and we agree on a lot of fundamental principles in this, right? And while our approaches are different, Deepak is a very different person in terms of his tastes, right? The kind of music he listens to, I just don't know what to do with, right? And I'm sure it's vice versa. And he's a cyclist, and he does a whole bunch of other things. I'm not as diverse, nowhere as diverse as he is. So yeah, so we're just now taking this plunge, and we will see how it goes.
Mind blowing, and I hope the 6% becomes 12% because of you. That more and more people, manage to do stuff. What do you find are the roadblocks? Like I know for a creator, for me, the biggest roadblock is just willpower, just getting started, right? And luckily, whenever I've gotten started, the fact that I'm putting a timeline to it, it's every week, forces me to go on. But otherwise, discipline is also something I have really struggled with in my life, and I'm trying to sort it out this year. And I can share some of the experiments I'm trying. But what have you found when what are the problems you are solving for people while doing this?
Yeah. So a few things, right? Now, discipline is a problem everybody struggles with, right? I don't think even the people who have figured it out are not. So one of the first things we decided that, it's really hard to take something off the ground just by yourself, right? Now, now everything is everything you're doing with Ajay, right? It would be much hard for you to do the show just if you were yourself.
Yeah.
Right. So the aspect of having someone you are working with and who's aligned to your vision of what you're doing really helps. Because while you may be in a certain week or in a certain month not in the zone, the other person will push you and say that, hey guys, we really need to get this done. Right. So that's at a very, very broad level. Right. But then with any sort of passion project or content creation, what tends to happen is that it comes down to the brass tacks. It comes down to execution. So we are approaching it in three broad ways, right? The first and of course, because I did an MBA, I have to create a framework for everything. We call it the MAPS framework, right? It's mindsets, accountability, process, and systems, right? We believe all of these are required for you to really, succeed at whatever you're trying to do. So the first bit is essentially an assessment exercise to really understand a few things, right? The first thing we really want to understand is that what are the limiting beliefs people hold about themselves, right? What are the limiting beliefs they hold about the others, and what are the limiting beliefs they hold about life, right? Now, to give you an example, a limiting belief which people hold about life is everything is destiny. What's going to happen is going to happen. So if my content project has to happen, it will happen. Otherwise, it will not happen, right? That's a sort of one way of a limiting belief which people hold, right? A personal limiting belief is what value do I have to give to the world? Or, I'm not good enough for this, or why should someone read my writing, right? So the first step is to really understand what are those limiting beliefs people are sitting with. Then go one level deeper and understand that what are those experiences or reinforcing memories they have, right? Which sort of doesn't help them break out of it. Because often what we find is that, and again, Freud, of course, talked about, the parent ego, the child ego, and the adult ego, right? So things we are just mimicking from our parents, things we are mimicking from our childhood, and things we are mimicking from our adult here and now experiences, right? I think that is a fundamental building block of how we want to approach it, because I think it's rarely a lack of talent, if I may use the word loosely, or knowledge or experience. It's really a lack of mindset, or maybe we're in a negative mindset when we're in some of these spaces. So that's the first step, right? The second step is really helping them think through the content idea itself, because what happens is that, and again, Amit, you've seen this with the evolution of the show itself, Seen Unseen, that you started off with 15-20 minute episodes, and now you're into much longer oral histories going beyond politics, economics, behavioral science. Is that one, content creators have to be okay with the idea that what they start off with and what they eventually go down the road would be different. And second, never create an idea which is so limiting that you cannot think beyond 10 ideas, right? At the same time, do not worry about niches. I feel the whole niches thing is honestly overrated, in the sense that you do what you like, you do. Niches will figure themselves out over time, right? You start interacting with the kind of stuff you do and so on. So that's really the second step. The third step is where we provide more, technical advice. For example, if you're setting up YouTube, right? What kind of gear should you have, right? What kind of setup should you have? How much your budget should be, and so on. So very, very brass tack stuff. And then, of course, getting into the accountability part of it, right? Like, because my intention is that if I'm able to help someone get off from a 30 to 45 days to start, I want them to continue, right? That is a real measure of my success. In fact, Deepak and I have been discussing that the metric which at least I like to define, and he's in agreement, is of success is the percentage of clients we lose. Right? Because
they don't need you anymore.
They don't need us anymore. Right? Because that's really the true success, right? If I've gotten you to do the first 5 episodes, is great, but I want you to reach 50. Right? That's really the metric I want to gun for, because if you're able to do that, right, you don't need marketing, honestly. Word of mouth will take care of at least the 0 to 1 kind of a building of this. So that's the accountability part where we help you build a plan. We understand what the cadence of your life is, right? People have all kinds of responsibilities, whether at work or at home, right? Deepak and I and my friend Abhishek also, we have made some life choices which allow us a little more time in our lives, but not everybody has that luxury. So how do we look at your day, structure it in such a way that you have dependable, repeatable, reliable time slots in time for you able to do it? Otherwise, you're not going to do it. Your other things life will take over, right? And the last bit is equipping them to keep going, right? So once you've built a system, also give them an understanding of how to tweak that system. Because, life will not always be where it is now, and you will need to make adjustments and shit will happen. So that's how we are looking at it, as a 3-4 step sort of a thing. Again, I have not nailed it down completely in terms of what the journey of someone who's coming into it and at the end of its life, we are doing that now. But that's what we are really kicked about at the moment.
So I'll link to this interview Deepak did with you on his Substack, and I really loved your definition of passion in that, where you distinguish between passion and interest. And you say, you can't just say I'm passionate about music, you're interested in music. A passion means that you put in a lot of time in it, and that compounds, and etc., etc. And I also like there or elsewhere, I forget where, but you've made the point that you have to treat your passion like a job. So if you have another day job, you have to treat this like a second job, or you don't have the luxury of, like at work, you don't have the luxury of telling your boss that, hey, I can't deliver by Saturday, I don't feel like it, I'm not in the mood, etc., etc. You have to do it. And in a similar sense, you have to sort of treat this with that kind of rigor. And one of the sort of like, I think what happens with a lot of creators, and I've seen, and it's true of myself in certain contexts or projects that I am planning, is that I'll be stuck in a vicious circle and I won't do it. And because I'm not doing it, I'll keep wondering, can I do it? Maybe I can't do it, and I won't do it. And I'm just stuck in that cycle. And the moment you break out of that cycle, if there's an inflection point where you actually start doing it, then it can turn into a virtuous cycle. And then it doesn't matter what is a quality, or, like Ajay and I have made a pact that we are going to do 2 years. We are going to do 104 episodes, no matter what. We will not look at the analytics. So, of course, he's a geek, so he keeps looking at the analytics, and he's got a weekly email about analytics. And I'm like, fuck you, I don't care, don't tell me. We'll talk after 104. And I think that sort of mindset shift for creators is really important. That if you're into creating because you want to be a YouTube star, or you want to be an influencer, and you want crypto brands and Ayurveda brands to pay you money to hawk their nonsense, then, you're not really going to get very far. But if you're into it because you just love it, you want to do shit, right? You want to just get down and dirty and do shit. And at some level, you don't even care about, whether it's working or not. Like we just released episode 35 of Everything is Everything today. And there's so many things I just feel like I'm like, I wish I was learning faster. I can see how much I've learned in 35, but I'm also frustrated because I can see all the things, all the areas in which I wish I was better. But that journey is a whole thing. You just got to get in there and you got to keep doing.
Yeah. No, I mean, completely agree, because, and one of the things while looking at not looking at statistics is so important, right? In fact, I would say it actually helps every content creator that they don't go viral, at least in the initial times, right? Because you make your mistakes, right? You just enjoy the craft of doing what you're doing. I think the enjoyment part is so important. And for everyone who has, ever worked a job, right? You can't compete against someone in your organization who's having fun at that job. You simply cannot. Because the kind of, intellectual input they're getting in, the kind of hours they are putting, and the kind of thinking they are doing, someone who's not interested in the job will never really get that in. And that same goes for content creation. And this is why I feel that I have done a whole bunch of content projects which I have failed spectacularly at in the past, right? And the one thing I realized is that while I was interested in them, I don't think my reasons were right. Right. And I think with my show Postcards, what really clicked was that I really wanted to tell those stories, right? That I know there's a ton of travel content will be there. But I wanted to bring a certain perspective of saying that, hey, can you just take a step back Okay, don't rush through 5 countries in 15 days in Europe. I know maximizing the F out of your Schengen visa is something, we Indians are very hardwired at. But if you just take a step back and start to think about how you are traveling a little differently, that's really going to change your travel experience. That was the only thing I really wanted to bring out in the world, because I have traveled the other way, which is, just going through things and places very quickly. And then I started with my sabbatical really slow travel. Like I spent the first month in Bosnia and Herzegovina, right? Not exactly the kind of place where most people would think, hey, let's go for a month to Bosnia and Herzegovina. I spent a month in Armenia and Georgia. And the third month, which I spent, which is where a bulk of my writing got done, was actually a one-room cottage about an hour up from Manali. And this was a very funny experiment. I feel in hindsight I tried to do, is that how much can I disconnect, right? So that cottage doesn't have anything around it except trees. It's super basic. It has one light bulb, it has one chair, one mattress on the floor, and a bookshelf. That's it, right? And you can walk maybe about 200, 300 meters to find a cell reception somewhere. But sitting in your cottage, you're not going to find anything. And I remember that for the first 2 or 3 days, I was losing my mind. I just did not know why is time passing by so slowly, right? And I was genuinely struggling for the first 2, 3 days. But then by day 4, day 5, that sort of cloud starts to lift off your head and you find a rhythm, right? So, of course, the routine helps, right? And because that place is sparsely populated, I went on for like long, short hikes, walks, and these adorable mountain dogs who are accompanying you everywhere you go when you go hiking, right? And then I started talking to the caretakers of it. So I used to just sort of, I spent a total of rupees 18,000 in that month for my stay and food, right? Which is, if any of you are worried about can budget travel be still done in India, very much. This is an example of it. And I started to understand the rhythm and cadence of life in the mountains. And it's a very romanticized idea that, I want to retire to the mountains, right? So the two caretakers, Dolma auntie and uncle, they are well into their 70s, right? And they catered 3 meals for me. And just to sit down with them and talk about what life looks in the 6 months when it snows, right? And the amount of preparation they do, right? Amount of food drying they do, food preservation they do, right? How the cuisine completely changes in the winter when it comes to food versus in the summer, right? And your entire idea of food habits, food systems changes once you see something like that up close. And you start understanding what farm to table is, because literally my veggies were grown right next to where I was living. And I could see that they were so fit at 70. Like, auntie could outrun me on a mountain, right? I was 33 then, and she's into her 70s, and she could outrun me even then. And now when you go through an experience like that, I'm not saying that I had some crazy life-changing insight or anything, but it just showed me the value of slowing down, right? And the value of slowing down is that you suddenly start observing so much more, because ultimately when we experience reality, we're only experiencing a sliver of the reality which is actually happening around us. But the moment you slow down, you will start seeing things. For example, I started noticing the treetops, right? Because I had so much free time. So if you're just going to sit and gaze at nature, and she started pointing out to me trees which have been struck by lightning, right? Because the entire crown has, sort of completely burnt off. But the tree still is not being used for wood or timber, because the trees plays a certain role in the ecosystem, right? I started walking with them, and she took me to the forest and showed me their kind of, basic herbs, which they use sometimes. So very normal ailments, right? Or they would use something which adds a completely different dimension of flavor to the food, right? Now, this is what I really got attracted to during my sabbatical, that, I want to think of a place like an onion, that I want to take off layer after layer after layer and understand the core of it. And living in India, that in a lifetime is less to experience India, and it holds true for most countries. But then I started thinking about how much time do I want to spend when I go to a place. So since then, my idea of travel changed completely. I started doing, trips which are at least 2 weeks. But in 2 weeks, I would just go to one country. I've usually now do actually almost a month. I work 2 weeks remotely and 2 weeks I take off completely. So the idea now is that you stay in the larger city of a country for the first 2 weeks where you have good internet connection and you're able to do your work well enough, and the time zone is not completely off. So Europe is 3.5, 4 hours. You can manage with your time zones. And the next 2 weeks, you go off anywhere in the country because you don't have to work. And what tends to happen is that, like, give an example of Ireland. My wife is there a year and a half ago. She decided to take a career pivot and pursued her master's. And this was my 8th or 9th day of going on the bus in Ireland, right? And I noticed the ad which said that get paid to be thanked. Okay. Very strange ad. And the ad is actually about a recruitment drive for bus drivers in Ireland, because in Dublin, at least, every time people get off a bus, they say thank you to the driver, right? And I find it's a very sweet thing to do, because labor jobs are so underappreciated, at least in India, if not abroad. And that's what got me thinking that, where does this really come from, right? I've not seen it in a lot of other Western European countries I've been to, right? But it's very specific to Ireland. And that sort of led me down to a rabbit hole of, the economic history of Ireland, right? Anyone who's familiar with Ireland knows of the Great Famine, which Ireland went through, the potato famine, which decimated the population of the country. But then you start understanding why did the famine happen, how were the British involved. You start connecting it back to why did the troubles exist, why was there a conflict between Ireland and Northern Ireland, and why do the Irish people have the world's largest diaspora, outside of its own country, and probably even larger than the population of the country. And then you start understanding that fundamentally, as a race of people, that because so many of these people went and did all kinds of jobs, right? Because they were immigrants, they didn't have the choice. And this was the late 1890s or 1880s we're talking about, that there came a very distinct respect for every job. While it exists in many parts of the Western world, it's really taken to another level in Ireland, right? I could not have figured this out in 2 days in Dublin. Because in 2 days in Dublin, I would be figuring out, okay, where is the best beer in the country, and right? But this is what happens. Once you've hit all the pubs, for example, right? I've done an episode on this. There's a pub called the Gravediggers Pub, right? And it's literally next to a cemetery. And whenever there's a service in the morning, the gravediggers would come very early at 4 or 5 in the morning, start digging the grave. Once they finish digging the grave, they would come and have a pint of beer, right? That's why it's called the Gravediggers Pub. And one of the strange things I found is that after the funeral, everybody who comes to the funeral goes to the pub to have a drink, right? Now, as an Indian, as a South Asian, right, you are thinking, okay, people are consuming alcohol at a funeral. This is not making any sense, right? Then you start thinking, but this is so accepted. Why is it so accepted, right? Then I read a fascinating book. I forget the author, but it's called The Irish Way of Death, right? What are the death rituals of the Irish people? And that's where the word wake actually comes from, right? So the origin of the story of the word wake is that because medical science wasn't very developed even 150 years ago, a lot of times people who were in some sort of coma or were passed out for long periods, people thought they were dead. But they were not actually buried for 3 to 4 days, because there's a chance that they might wake up, right? That's why it's actually called the wake, right? And then you understand that how Ireland views death, and it's in many ways it's a celebration of someone's life, which is a beautiful way to look at death, right? It's of course there's grief and loss and longing, but there is also a celebration of a life well lived. You're not going to end up in the Gravediggers Pub after 2 days in Dublin, right? You need to stay a while and get out those things. So it's not always about, oh, this is a hidden gem. But really, what are you seeing and consuming and observing as just people are going about their daily lives, right? All across Dublin, if you notice carefully, you will see the graffiti which says, fuck the rich. Now, fuck the rich is, of course, not specific to Ireland. Of course, it's been used as a way to talk about uncontrolled capitalism. But one of the largest crises which most people don't see upfront is the housing crisis in Ireland. Right, there might be one house and 700 people have showed up to see that house, and rents are completely out of control. Now, what that does for someone who has a very dignified job of, let's say, a bus driver, right, is that it still makes it unaffordable for them to start living. And you would see that you would see Irish people migrate into countries like Australia, which itself is not a cheap country to begin with, but they feel that it's still cheaper to live in Australia as an immigrant as compared to living back home. And then you start understanding that, oh, there is a safety net which people have, right? But that safety net, and I'm sure you probably have more nuanced take on unintended consequences of a universal basic income, but there is a rise of homelessness and drug abuse as well, right? And that's also a ramification of how the country, because Dublin is a tax haven, right? I mean, that's why so many of the IT companies are headquartered there, so that the amount of tax they save. Now, that brings in a certain amount of money for the economy, which helps proper universal basic income, but that has unintended consequences. This is what I really enjoy about my travel, right? To try and peel off that every sort of single layer about a country. And even if it means I understand 2% of what this country is, I feel that 2% is way better because it stays with you. And this is where, the idea of memory becomes very important, right? Memory fails, of course. All of our memories fail. And, next time we recall a memory, we are really remembering the memory of that event and not the event itself. But what also tends to happen is that if you slow down and experience things slowly and a little more deeply, and when I say deeply, is that when you are able to make these multiple connections, right, the experience stays with you much longer, right? And the beauty about experiences is that, and I'll give an example of someone we both admire, Narendra Shenoy, who's been on this show for so many times, right? The stories he talks about, some of them are really old stories, right? But the beauty of an experience and a retelling of that story is that the film of memory goes on and on and on. And with every telling and retelling, we imbue a certain weight and a value to it, not just as the person who's narrating it, but also to the listener. Now, slower travel allows you to accumulate those memories. So in a way, postcards for me is a way to really write down those experiences in the moment, in the way I was feeling them, in the in the very incomplete way I was doing. And in fact, I brought the book for a very specific reason. There's a certain passage I want to read out, because all this while I've been thinking about, what's really my, way of travel and philosophy. And then this is a book by Barry Lopez. It's called Horizon. This is his autobiographical take. He's been traveling the world for 50 years and he has gone to places most of us would not go. But again, he's not the kind of person who would say, hey, there are 180 countries, I need to tick off 180 countries. But again, very methodical, slow travel. And even after traveling the world for, that many years, and again, I'm just going to take a couple of minutes to locate that passage. One of the things which really stands out for me is how does he think of his own role as a traveler? So I'm just quoting him now. I had an ethical obligation as a writer, in addition to an aesthetic one. It was to experience the world intensely and then to put into words as well as I could what I had seen. I was aware that others could see better than I, and also that other people were not able to travel in the way I had begun to, going away habitually. And whatever reader might make of what I tried to describe, I already understood that their conclusions might not match my own. I saw myself then as a sort of a courier, a kind of runner come home from another land after some exchange with its denizens, carrying by the way of a story some incomplete bit of news about how different, how marvelous and incomprehensible really life was out beyond the pale of the village in which I had grown up. Right? So for me, this really sort of brought alive of how I think about seeing the world today. And I'll also read one more bit from him that talks about no matter how much you slow down and how much you want to understand a place, how little you see of it. One can never, even by paying the strictest attention at multiple levels, entirely comprehend a single place, no matter how many times one might travel there. This is not only because the place itself is constantly changing, but because the deep nature of every place is not transparency, it's obscurity. I have never been drawn to the idea of writing definitively about anything, especially Herculanean nature of cultural geographies. In revisiting these places, then I was more interested in how, in reviewing my previous experience of that location, I might find another truth, one different from the one I first wrote about. I was also interested in how my memory of a place might trigger new emotions, and in how the truth of such emotions might differently inform the facts I had once so carefully gathered. Nobody has the vaguest notion of what this world is really like. The only thing that can be safely predicted is that it is very different from what anybody supposes. So, this sort of has always stayed with me because I know that someone who would go to Ireland for another month might see a completely different side of Ireland. And both of those truths are as valid as any other truth which is out there. And one of the things which I strongly believe, and if any of you have now bought into my spiel of slow travel by now and are considering it, is that you have to be intentional about your travel. So, one of the things I highly recommend is getting a guidebook. And I know that for someone who's a travel content creator, a guidebook is the exact antithesis of what I'm trying to do. But what a guidebook really helps you is that the first 10-15 pages of a guidebook is a super short crash course in history of the place. It really brings out the seminal events of what the country has been shaped by. And that history doesn't go away. That history continues to shape us for decades, and we're seeing that in our own country. So that becomes one step. And second, understand that what really interests you. So I don't drink whiskey. I do not care for alcohol in general. But for someone who's a beer drinker, Dublin is the mecca of where you should be drinking beer. It's a home of Guinness, right? There are a whole bunch of Irish whiskies. You can take whiskey tours. You can go to whiskey tasting sessions. You can understand how blending is done and so on. Now, that's a part of Ireland I will never experience, right? But for someone who genuinely appreciates whiskey or beer, it can be a fantastic experience just focusing your travel towards that. And that is where being intentional is so important, because fundamentally all travel is self-discovery, right? When we go to a place, we go and see that, hey, I like this thing, but have you ever considered why I like this thing, right? There are so many times that many of us have gone to really famous places, right? And we were like, it's nice, but it didn't do much for me, right? And if you go to other places and you're like, man, this completely blew my mind. I remember this, I had gone to the Adalat Stepwells near Ahmedabad, right? And this was, we were doing this lovely course in MICA called Imagining India, right? Where we were asked to bring in what growing up as an aspect of India which stood out for us. And those stepwells are absolutely gorgeous. I mean, you can look up images if you've not been there. But the idea of what stepwells constitute, that it has a functional purpose, it's a spiritual purpose, it even has a military purpose for that matter, right? Completely blew my mind, right? So now, of course, I became obsessed with stepwells. Since then, I have gone to many of them. I have bought books around it and understood why they exist and what the future in terms of living heritage looks like. But you have to really start spending more time in a place to understand what attracts you. I'm big on architecture. I'm big on food, right? I am not a party person. I'm a very boring person. I don't like going to parties. I believe that any place which does not allow you to talk is not a place worth going to. Maybe it's being in late 30s, but maybe that's how I think about it, right? But for someone who probably loves partying, Barcelona could be the perfect place for you to go. So instead of saying that, hey, the world views this destination from this lens, what is your lens of viewing the world? And that's what I believe travel should help you cultivate. You can aid it with reading of books. Like, I love reading books before I go to a place, because that intentionality helps me, uncover so many things. People often, would come to you and say that, listen, there's a very academic or boring way of travel. I'm like, no, I'm not saying that I will only go and do this. But what suddenly starts to happen, and an example is, I had spent a day in Belfast. This is Northern Ireland, of course, completely different from Ireland. Please never meet an Irish person and confuse them from Northern Ireland. That conversation will not go down well. And we were just walking, and I just happened to look up, and I saw a plaque which sort of commemorated John Dunlop. And that plaque was put at a building where he accidentally actually discovered vulcanization of rubber. Right? Now, I did not know this. I did not read about it. Right? But because there were so many other things I understood the moment I landed in the city, I was able to look beyond that first level of observation and then have time to actually look at the other things, right? So, of course, when you go to Belfast, you can do the tours of the graffiti of the Troubles, and it's a fantastic tour. I highly recommend everyone take that if you ever end up in Belfast. But it's those small things which you start noticing, And that makes your travel unique to you, because now you have a very unique memory. I must have seen 10 other things in Belfast, but this stays with me as the first memory I tap into the moment I think of Belfast. And that is what makes it more memorable. And the memorability is important because ultimately, as we age, and one of my beliefs is that we become the stories we tell about ourselves, to ourselves, and to the world, right? So if you start telling that, hey, I am a person who appreciates architecture and nature and food, for example, right? I will start seeing those things whenever I travel because that will attract me the most, right? And that becomes a virtuous cycle in that way. And then you really start enjoying your travels beyond this is what needs to be checked off in an itinerary. I have no idea where I started, but gone on this random direction of.
It's not random at all. No, you've given me 40,000 things to double click on. And what I find really evocative about this is that I don't think of it as just slow travel, but slow living, in the sense that I have been thinking more and more about the rhythms of living which we adopt for ourselves. And often what happens is that I find, and this is a lament about myself, that I'm sprinting through life, that I'm scrolling, swiping, do one episode, do another episode, write a newsletter, blah, blah, just sprint after sprint after sprint. And there is a part of me that longs to be able to not sprint. Like, in a sense, we are traveling through life, right? What is that mode of travel? You can either travel through life accomplishing one thing after another, just like, a tourist with a checklist, yahan jana hai, wahan jana hai, yahan khana hai, wahan khana hai. Or, you can just not have an objective in mind in per se, but just sit back and kind of soak it in and observe things more deeply. And therefore, what you said about travel being a means of self-discovery, I not only buy that, I will go further and say that the way you travel, whether it is through a place or through life, is a way of shaping yourself, right? Like, if you are remembering things differently because you're in a different mode, then in that remembering, what you have seen teaches you to see differently the next time, right? When you talk about that beautiful quote from Barry Lopez, where you use the phrase ethical obligation, I also think it is an ethical obligation to oneself to not treat us in this shallow manner by just living on the surface of things, and therefore the surface of ourselves, but kind of, getting deeper. And this is something I kind of struggle with now, because there's like so much work all around, and I keep wondering, like, I keep trying to build those slow moments for myself and sort of compartmentalize in that way and give myself those slow spaces. But I want to dig a little bit deeper into your sort of introduction to slow travel. Like, my sense is that it would have affected every part of your life, not just the travel, right? It changes you as a person. And my question is that, while you mentioned one instance of appreciating it, which is when you were in that cottage north of Manali and you really got to see the tops of trees and notice things more deeply, I'm guessing that would have been one milestone on your journey. That, like, was that a seminal moment in terms of shaping your love of slow travel, or were you already on that journey along the way, and that sort of became something that allowed you to, think overtly about it? And
So, Amit, I was on that journey in the sense that I was on it, but the realization of being on that journey hit me then. So the reason I kept Himachal for the last was that I wanted to travel for 2 months so that I have enough ammunition to write about. And so what happened in Armenia was that it's a lovely country, very easy to get to. From what I remember, it's still visa on arrival. So, and cheap flights from Delhi. So please go for it. Is that and this is completely by luck of chance, the kind of things which happen when you slow down, is I went and stayed with a couple homestay, booked it off booking.com. So the very usual, not some super specific country specific website. And the couple who was running it, the husband was ex-army, Armenian army. And when he understood that I'm from India, he actually told me that outside of his army duty, he, along with two other people, are the last three remaining Aryan priests of Armenia. Right? So I went to their house, and he said that Armenia is about 99% Christian, right? And a very small percentage of people who identify as Aryan. And they next day took me to a ceremony, which was an actual fire ceremony. So they were worshipping the fire, right? And because it was outside the Girni temple and they were just living there, right? They actually invited me made me a part of it. He sat down and explained what these fire rituals mean, right? And that suddenly sort of made me realize that if I had not taken this detour, so as to say, I would have never uncovered this, right? Now, that sort of led me to the history of Armenians in India. There is an Armenian church in Calcutta which still exists, right? And if you go back to records that Armenians did for a very significant part of time, did live in India. So now what started to happen, and I'm using this example to sort of bring out the point that in my own life as well, right? Because I grew up middle class, single parent, my father passed away quite early, right? You were always very focused on hitting that next milestone, right? This entire experience taught me that while milestones are important, you do not have to live your life by milestones, right? So, what travel really teaches you is that there are 100,000 different ways to live your life, and all of them are as valid as any of the others. But then I started realizing that, okay, who has set this milestone, right? How much of it is, and it comes back to the point of thin and thick desires, that how much of it is something which I really want to do, right? And when I by no means I am discounting my privilege. While I grew up middle class, I did have the privilege of an English education from some of the better schools in India, and of course accessibility to the job market, right? But I imagine a lot of your listeners also would have very similar privileges, right? What are we doing with that privilege? That was a question which sort of kept nagging me, that I can run on this treadmill. And this was a realization I had for a very brief moment when I used to live in Bombay for 10 years. And I took the local trains between probably two of the most crowded stations, Dadar and Kurla, right? And there was a time which I said, sorry, Bombay, I refuse to run. Because living there after a point made me realize that there is no end to this running. There is just no end. But at the same time, I had to balance that realization with making a living, being financially secure, and having a life which I want with the comforts which I enjoy. And in a chance conversation with a friend, and I mentioned one of my simplified appearances as well, she very pithily said that ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा क्या होगा, VP नहीं तो AVP मर जाओगे, क्या फर्क पड़ जाएगा? No one is going to care whether you are VP or AVP. So that sort of came to me to the question that most things in life matter only because if they matter to you. If they stop mattering to you, they don't matter. But because as a society, as a country, we have been so conditioned. Now, I was thinking about why do we Indians maximize the F out of a Schengen visa? 5 countries, why do we want to see in 15 days? Because for most people like me who grew up in the 80s and the 90s, right, we grew up with fairly limited resources. Only after 91 did things start opening up for us. So what we saw from our parents is that if you had a material object, you will give it a second life, a third life, or a fourth life, and maximize whatever value you can get out of it. Now, when we grew up as adults, and we were the first set of people who really made some significant money in our lives, where we could actually invest in our wants, we transplanted the philosophy into our experiences as well. We were, right, and I talk about this idea which I call that we became consumption maximizers, we became memory minimizers, right? We just consume. We've gone down to that treadmill. And that then sort of extends to every aspect of our life. We start thinking of our relationships that way. We start thinking of our work that way. We start thinking of how we spend our time. And then at some level, I realized that the entire talk about productivity is also a trap. Because the productivity mindset talks about be productive, be disciplined in every aspect of your life. But you have to realize you're not a machine. You need to have aspects of your life where you're slowing down, because boredom is a very necessary condition for creativity, right? You have to be bored for your mind to go away from the shackles and the rails you have put on for your own thoughts. And that's where it started affecting the kind of decisions I took, right? Now, while I would love to get promoted, I'm not particularly bothered by whether I get promoted or not. As long as I feel that I'm contributing to my organization, I'm doing good work, and I'm trying to hit it out of the park more often than not, I'm okay. I do not want to chase the next promotion. I do not want to chase the leadership roles, right? Because I know that that comes at a cost. That comes at a personal cost. That comes at a health cost. I think that's where travel went from being a tool of self-discovery to also a way to live life better. And better as in my own very limited perspective of how I see my life and my world. Because you started realizing that so many of these myths you have built up in your head, right? They are really myths, right? And mithya, they're actually mithya. They're not so much as myths. And once you start taking that control back, it's liberating. It's liberating because now you genuinely see that so much of what the world expects of you, you don't have to live up to it. It doesn't matter. And that feeling that it doesn't matter is very liberating, because then you can focus on doing things which you truly enjoy.
I want to talk about intentionality, and I think that there's a paradox in intentionality which I sometimes think about, which is that at one level, if I'm traveling to a place, like you, I will have the instinct that let me read up on it and let me have a better depth of understanding when I get there. And you said that that extends before and after, and that journey is always becoming more and more alive as you find out more and more. So at one level, there is a intentionality ki ye sab padna hai, ye sab jagah jana hai, etc., etc., and you are trying to be more sort of intense about your experience. But at another level, this runs the danger that you are too focused on the things you're being intentional about, and you can't just sit back and soak it up. Like if I'm on a riverside in a foreign country, intentionality can tell me that a certain war happened here, and this is the culture of the place, and this is the kind of food they eat and why, and all of that is in my mind space. Whereas another way of traveling slowly would be to just leave all of it out and just enjoy the river for what it is, right? Like every place is, at its core, it is a place without that baggage of history with self-important humans put on it. The river was there long before humans came. It will be there long after we are gone. There is a beauty to that as well. And I think this dilemma extends to life itself. Like when I am unwinding, for example, and I don't have work, there is one part of me which is saying ki yaar Amit kuch relax karo, but read a book. Yeah, kuch, do some self-improvement, read a book, whatever, watch a good film, don't waste your time. And another part of me rationally knows that no, fuck it. Sometimes, like I think John Lennon said, no time is wasted unless you feel it is wasted. And there's another part of me which is saying ki nahi, kuch nahi karna hai. But I can sit and look at the sky and that is good enough. So how does one balance this? Because in intentionality, there is also the danger of overthinking it.
No, that absolutely is a danger. And it's always a danger for me because I know that at some level, some of these experiences will end up on the podcast. Right. So there's always that angle that content, right? And that, I want to be right. I don't want to misstate facts. I don't want to use only one interpretation of a certain thing. That always is there, and there'll always be gaps in those things. So, Amit, what intentionality does is, the first intentionality is that I have created a month to see a country. That intentionality automatically negates a huge part of what you feel is too over preparing to go to a place, right? Second is, I'll give an example. I've been to Paris a couple of times, and none of the times I have been to the Louvre. I love art, right? But there is a reason I didn't go to the Louvre, because the era from which Louvre has art, I actually don't know anything about that art, right? I know Monet, I know Van Gogh, I know that generation of Impressionist painters. Now, if anyone who's been to the Louvre knows that you need at least half a day to 1 day to at least scratch the surface of what that place is. Now, by not going there, I have instead decided to go to the Museum d'Orsay, I don't know how it's pronounced, where I could see a Van Gogh for the first time in my life, right? Now, there is intentionality, but now it allows me to just sit there for half an hour and look at that Van Gogh. So your intentionality doesn't mean it's restricting. The intentionality allows you to open vistas for you, which were not available to you earlier, right? Now, taking the same thing in life, and I struggle with this thing which you said, right? Like yesterday, I was sitting and I was just reading this book because I love it so much. And I was thinking, should I prepare something for Amit's interview? And I mean, in the hearts, I know that you cannot prepare for a podcast like this. But that thing comes up, right? That kyun hi khali baitha hu? I should do something with this. And this actually brings me to a very important point for people who work full time, very regular corporate jobs like I do, is that the biggest mistake we do, the biggest disservice we do to ourselves is we define our identity by our jobs, right? So what happens is that if something goes wrong in your day job, right, it's just messed up for a different reason, if it's politics or you got laid off or something, it completely brings you down as a person, right? Which is why I believe art for art's sake, like I sketch. I do not put any of my sketches anywhere on social media. I mean, I show it to some couple of friends and who some of them give me feedback and stuff, and some of them just like it, right? But when I'm doing that, there is absolutely no intentionality of this has to yield something. But I do pen sketching, right? So you cannot undo a stroke, right? So you then just do it. And of course, because I'm a beginner, there will be a lot of flaws. But you accept that piece of art saying that मुझे मजा आया करने में, I enjoyed this, that's why I have done it. And that is the end goal of it. So it is very important to get out of this intentionality, productivity mindset to say that you cannot program every single aspect of your life. You shouldn't, because you are not a robot. AI, we have AI for that. Let AI do what it needs to do. You are human. Retain that quality of being a human, that you are not living an only task based life. And that is how I feel that to balance intentionality without being over preparing for a certain experience.
How has the journey, both in terms of travel and in terms of creating the content around it, changed the way you look at time? Like in a lot of your episodes, and I must confess I haven't heard them all, but I've loved everything that I've heard. In a lot of your episodes, there is this sense where we are not just traveling through geography, we are traveling through time. For example, a recent episode you spoke about how, the Jats of Rajasthan are 90% from all over the place. I think your episode title is about how we are all Hungarians from Rajasthan, which I thought was absolutely fantastic. And there, of course, you're looking at genetic evidence and so on. But in a lot of your travels, there is that sense that you're not just traveling through space, you're traveling through time, which partly comes about because you have that intentionality of, understanding a place and uncovering its layers. I want to, later on, I'll double down on architecture also, how every little thing in the design of a place will tell you so much about its history. But at a broader level, how does that then change the way that you look at your own life? Because one of the realizations of being able to step outside of this time and see it as this flowing river and so much of the present influenced by the past which is still flowing in it would also make you then think about your own life and think about your own goals and etc etc. Like you've spoken about how you won't let your job define who you are, VP या AVP क्या फर्क पड़ता है, etc etc. And so how much of that has been changed by you? Like, I'm so impressed by the fact that you have this intentionality ki I'll take a month off, and for a month I'll go to Poland or I'll go to Bosnia or I'll go to wherever, and I'll do the rigor of doing my job remotely because it has to be done, but a couple of weeks I'll also just go off on my own and all of that. But how do you now look at time compared to maybe 15 years ago? Like when you were young, when you were in college, just out of college, what are the what was the story you told yourself then, and what is the story you are telling yourself today?
So in terms of time, and my day job involves using statistics to some degree. I would thinking of time and life in cross-sectional and longitudinal terms, right? So cross-sectional is right here, right now, in this point of time. And longitudinal is, of course, over a longer period of time. I think the shift for me, what has happened is, I started looking at life longitudinally and not cross-sectionally. So for me, earlier, I was used to think, hey, this is what I'm doing now. This is not good enough. I can do better. I can see other people are doing better, right? But in that cross-sectionality, I was neither looking at my own journey and I was also not looking at their journey, because of course I was not aware of their journey, right? Now, if I look at anyone, and that sort of lends, beautifully to content creation as well, because if you are starting now, somebody else is doing it better than you, and somebody has been doing it for much longer, and they already have an audience. So the question you ask is, why do it? Right? And in Deepak's newsletter, which we were talking about, I talk about this, that what if you started treating all your content projects like your children. People don't have children because they, oh, my child will become the next chess grandmaster. Oh, or they will go and to win the Nobel Prize in literature. Very unlikely it will happen, right?
Too many Indian parents have that attitude, though.
Yeah, right. But the realistic part is that your child will have a regular life with a few highlights here or there. So that doesn't mean you don't have children. A lot of people find joy and purpose in having children. Can you treat your content project like your child, right? You do not expect your child to come out and start solving the Pythagoras theorem, right? Or say that, listen, I will solve Fermat's last theorem by the time I'm 18. It's not going to happen. So the moment you start thinking of your life longitudinally, you understand that this is a journey, right? Nobody goes off the blocks going to be to Usain Bolt when they start running. You are not going to do that either. The most successful content creators out there have put in time for their craft. The moment you start understanding that, you start worrying far less about the cross-sectional view of things. You start worrying far less about, where other people are and what are they doing. Because let's face it, at whatever age you are, someone is doing it much better than you, whatever you have wanted to do. But they have come from a different circumstance. They have come from a different life experience. They have come from a different mindset owing to their own life. And that is their journey. And, I used to read this philosophy. I think it was John Rilke. I don't know how to pronounce the name. He says that the only journey worth having is the journey within. I used to feel, what sort of garbage this person has written, sitting in some fancy town in Europe, being funded by royalty, right? But it makes complete sense. It makes complete sense now, though. It did not make complete sense 15 years ago. It sounded like utter garbage. But it makes complete sense, because only if you think of your life in longitudinal terms, you will get off that wheel. And you have to get off that wheel. The only wheel you should be willing to accept to some extent is a wheel which you have designed for yourself. Is to say that, this is the wheel. The wheel I chose is 1 episode, 1 week, come what may. And I would say I've been fairly successful at, doing that. But that wheel is what I have defined. And the difference is the cross-section and the longitudinal. When you start thinking of everything longitudinally, you start approaching life longitudinally, because you will stop expecting immediate results. You will stop expecting immediate improvements. Your idea of success itself change. Now, one of the things which I have started thinking about differently is that the input is the output. You can control the input. You have no control over the output. How much ever we like to believe we are masters of our own destiny, we are not. We are definitely, subject to the vagaries of the societies and the nature we live in. But the moment you say that my intentionality is only putting in the effort, because without the effort, there is no outcome. And when you start focusing only on the effort, is when also things start to sort of change in this space.
So, my typical answer for those people who say कि मैं क्यों podcast करूँ या मैं क्यों YouTube show करूँ or whatever, there are so many like me and etc. etc. And I always remind them that there is one thing that no one in the world can be better at than you are, which is at being you. If you're simply authentic to yourself. And the point is, all of us are on journeys of different kinds, journeys through life, intellectual journeys. You are at some point on that journey. Somebody on some other point in that journey will relate to you and will feel useful. And therefore, I think that too many creators are second guessing कि audience को क्या चाहिए, niche कहाँ पे है. And I think that is a terrible trap and a race to the bottom. And what is worst about it is that it takes you outside of yourself. Like the way that I think good content is created is not outside in कि लोगों को क्या चाहिए मैं वो दूंगा, but inside out, that I am what I am and here I'm putting this out there and I'm just doing that. And in a sense, to me, that input is the output which you said, that input is all that really matters. That is a result. You wanted to create something. The result is not how other people react to it. The result is the creation itself. कि मुझे उत्सव के साथ कॉन्वर्सेशन करना है, I have done it. Now I don't care. Of course, it is nice when people say, "Arey, great conversation," but it is a doing that matters. You kind of. So tell me about your content journey, because earlier you said that there were some things you did for the wrong reasons, and I'm guessing those wrong reasons would be reasons of positioning or too focused on what others might want or markets and so on. And Postcards was for the right reasons, which you can make out from the product. It's obviously for the right reasons. So elaborate a little bit on this.
So I've done a bunch of stuff like a lot of it's in the travel space because I've always been fascinated by travel. That I started a newsletter which will help you find the cheapest airfares internationally, because traveling from India abroad is expensive. It actually did quite well, but I just lost motivation after a point, simply because I feel my intent was right in terms of that I did want travel to be more accessible to people and so on. But it felt like a maze after a point, right? It was just running in that maze, and it was not fulfilling me in any way, right? And of course, people would say back, say, thanks to you, I got such a great deal and everything. So sort of that sort of, fizzled out. Then I tried to start a blog about behavioral sciences, right? Because my work is in consumer psychology. So what happened there was that, again, I lost motivation because after writing few posts, I realized that I'm not as interested in the topic I thought I was. I was not as invested in it. And it's around that time where I realized that the question you need to ask for anything you want to achieve in life is that, are you willing to suffer pain for it? That's really the only question you have to ask. Because if you are willing to suffer pain for it, means it intrinsically matters to you. And you will suffer pain for it without anyone having a ringside view of you suffering that pain and making a spectacle of that suffering.
That's a great illustration of thick and thin desire as well. Yeah.
Right. So when I started understood that what am I willing to suffer pain for? So again, I told you the story about how Postcards came to be somewhat serendipitously. But by then, I definitely wanted to write that book. I had already written that manuscript. And what happened then was that I started doing postcards. Postcard, of course, as a show also evolved. Initially, it was only about how to travel differently, but then it went into specific stories, uncovering countries, doing like a 3-month long series on a country. So two things happened. One thing which I am absolutely thrilled about is that I got back my reading habit. This is one thing as an adult I have struggled. I've had phases where I read prolifically. I have had months where I have not lifted a book. I've had times where I could not finish books. Even if there's nothing wrong with the book. It was really a me problem, not as much as a book problem. But the intentionality of doing postcards and having IVM helped, because I had a producer who's going to say, boss, where is the episode? And you're like, okay, I have 2 days. I need to get this out. Right. So I got my reading habit. Today I buy at least 1 or 2 books a week. I read only 20% of it. But the rest 80% which sits there is my acceptance of how much of the world I do not know. And when I accept that there's so much of the world do not know, I will go out and seek that knowledge. There are times when, okay, I have ideas for 2 weeks. After that, I'm not really sure what I want to do. I will just pick up a book. I will read something. I will connect it over a decade of travel experiences, put 3 points together. Like one of my favorite episodes, and in surprising, it has also done well, because things you personally like don't always do well in content, right? Is an episode called Sunlight, Europe versus Asia. Right? I could have done with a better title, but again, early days of content creation, you don't understand much. Is that if you look at how architecture uses sunlight, in India, we have this entire system of Jali architecture, right? That you go to so many of these places. And now, one of the reasons was that, it actually blocks out harsh sun rays coming into a building. And we are a very hot country, and we did not have as many cooling techniques back then. And because the moment you create a jali, you create a lot of these small holes. And thanks to Bernoulli's principle, the air which passes through it actually cools down. Air you get inside is much cooler than what you get outside. Now take the same sunlight and look at how Europe uses sunlight in architecture. Most of these churches where you have stained glass works actually do the job of concentrating sunlight. The reason is that because those places don't get as much sun as we get. Right? Now, this is something which occurred to me. I was reading a very random book called Imaginary Cities, and
by Calvino.
No, I think that is Invisible Cities.
That's Invisible Cities, yeah.
I forget the author. I'm very bad at remembering author names. This book called Invisible Cities, and I was reading about this, and it suddenly struck me that there is a very intentional way sunlight is being used. Now, as a traveler, the joy that insight gave me, I am pretty sure someone else has also figured it out somewhere else. I'm not claiming to be the inventor of this theory, but the joy that which it gave me really propelled me to keep doing this, because I'm like, now I am seeing the world in a way which I have not seen the world before. I am able to experience it more closely. Now, when you start building that level of intrinsic motivation, and podcasting in India, the kind of content I do, I know is a niche. I know it will not explode. Right? It could be a function of how I do it, or it could be a function of the subject itself, a whole bunch of things. But because I enjoy doing it so much, I am not particularly fussed about what are the listener numbers. Right? Of course, when someone writes in and says that I really enjoy the episode, I feel good. There is no doubt about it. I am not above validation. I am very much in the validation game. But I am not also worried about, how much numbers did this episode do? So my content journey, when it pivoted from stuff which said that this sounds fun and is cool to I really like doing this, that is where the switch really happened. Because I have gotten up at 4 in the morning, wrote till 6, went through one round of edits, done by 7:30, take half an hour to record. In 4 hours, I've turned out an episode for 10 minutes, right? But I have done the pre-work to know what to write at when I was sitting down at 4. So I was not figuring out what to write. I had already done the pre-work, right? Now, doing this and then walking into work, right? But the next day when that episode lands, just the landing of that episode gives you joy, saying that, listen, I've put a part of me out there. And that is important because the moment you start putting out your content, you are putting out a very intimate part of yourself out there. You are really putting out saying that, hey, this is who I am. This is how I see the world, right? It could be esoteric. It could be obscure, right? It could also be maybe just intellectual masturbation at some point. But this is literally how I see the world. And yeah, there are a few thousand people out there who find value in it, right? So then what starts happening is that then the flywheel starts to work. Now, because of this, the podcast, I got approached by a publisher to do a travel book on India. Now, the publisher is also reaching out to me because they see that, okay, this person has a sense of what he's doing. He definitely has an audience which will help sell the book because ultimately publishing is a business. It needs to sell books. But all that wouldn't have happened till I did 4 years of Postcards. I am here because I did Postcards, right? That's literally the reason I'm here today. Then what happens is that the flywheel starts to happen, that opportunities start to open up. Because of Postcards, Spotify hired me to train some of their podcasters. I did another show with IVM, which was a paid show, and so on. And now, because of that, we are doing 6% Club. And that's why they say that you cannot connect the dots. You have to look only backwards and connect the dots. When I started on that journey, I had no idea all of this would happen. Sure, everyone who writes would always has that dream of writing a book. I also have that. I also had that. But to see actually happening it without me going to chase a publisher, and this is not a brag I'm trying to make. I'm just saying that all of these things are now falling in place because of the 4 years of. So then you start realizing that if it can happen in this dimension, you can take that same philosophy in any dimension of life, right? Last 1 year is when I have consistently worked out 3 to 4 days a week. And I have been able to reverse my cholesterol issue, right? You know that you have reversed your own on diabetes, right? So you understand that if you actually find a system and stick to it, that applies to every life, that applies to your relationships, right? You can significantly improve your relationships if you start investing in them in a very committed manner. Because as much as the world talks about love, I believe love is very intentional. You choose to love the person you love every single day. Otherwise, there is no amount of attraction, chemistry, shared interests will guide you through life. You have to make that choice. So I think my content journey has made me realize that you should stop self-rejecting. Let the world reject you, right? And because you are doing what you're doing it for yourself, the world rejecting you does not matter as much. So I'm not saying that tomorrow if I write the book and it doesn't sell well, I won't feel bad. I will definitely feel bad. But it will not stop me from writing my second book. It will not stop me from doing Postcards or YouTube, which we were discussing before the break, that I'm getting started on YouTube myself. Because I know that I'm doing it for myself. Yes, I'm also doing it. And to your point of niches, right? I have a feel that niches figure out themselves out. You just have to put in the hours, and naturally, as a person who has put in the hours, you start saying, hey, this is doing. Like, for example, some of the episodes which do the best on the podcast are food episodes. Because we are a country are crazy about food. We love our food. And in a way, because I like food myself and I love reading about food histories and evolution of food, I doubled down on it. It didn't feel like, oh, I'm trying to game the algorithm or do something. I liked architecture, I liked food. Food is doing well, I'll do more of food. I didn't stop doing architecture. I'm still doing architecture. I just do more of food. So it doesn't feel that you are trying to game the algorithm, but you're still providing some inherent value to someone who's saying that they're giving you attention in this world. I mean, what more can you ask for? I feel someone giving you attention is more important than they're probably giving you money. And that is how I stopped self-rejecting. When this book thing also came, I had this moment of thought that, listen, can I really write this book? And then I'm like, well, if they think that I can write it, I can write it. Right? I just have to put in the hours. Right? And of course, I will edit it. There is an editor and the whole process goes through and it will come out as a finished product. Right? The only thing which changes is now I want to be proud of whatever I'm putting out. And pride doesn't mean perfection. Pride means I feel I have given it my time, my consideration. And that is pride to me now. Pride is not about, oh, this piece reads flawlessly. I mean, nothing reads flawlessly. You can always improve whatever you've written. And that, I think, has been my sort of content journey. And that also propels me now to even look at, I'm starting my YouTube journey now. And I'm exactly at the same place I was 4 years ago. I did not know anything about podcasting. Now I don't know anything about YouTube. But my philosophy is very simple. If I do it for another 4 years, I'm sure I'll get good at it.
So I have a story I love, which in fact I related in the episode of Everything is Everything we just released today, but I'll tell you anyway. It's the story about the Soviet chess player Tigran Petrosyan. He was a grandmaster in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, world champion for a brief while. And he was once playing, and this is when he's a veteran, so probably 1970s. He's playing a game with someone who wants a draw. Basically, for whatever reason, maybe it's the last round of an interzonal, there's nothing to gain, maybe he needs a draw for a norm, he wants a draw. So he wants to draw with Petrosyan, and at one point after the game starts, he leans forward and he asks Petrosyan, are you playing to win? And Petrosyan says no. So now our friend is happy, he's like, okay, draw to min jayega. So then he leans forward and very hopefully asks, are you playing to draw? So Petrosyan says no. So he goes like, what the fuck? And then he asks, so why are you playing then? And Petrosyan says, I'm playing to play. Right? I want this to be the philosophy of my life. I have adopted this. कि यही करना है. I'm playing to play. So when you write a book, you're writing the book. बाद में जो होगा देखा जाएगा. Like yesterday, I recorded an episode. I don't know whether that'll release after or before this, but with Malini Goyal, who's written this lovely book called Unboxing Bangalore. And she was saying that when the book launched, she was so busy that she couldn't enjoy the launch. That her mind simply couldn't go to the thing. And in my mind, I was thinking कि वही तो है, अच्छा है. You move on, you do the next thing. The dharma is to write the book. You've written the book. Abhi move on. Dharma is to record episode. Kar liya, abhi jao. Move on to the next thing. Don't kind of linger back. So I kind of really love that. And, I want to talk about food and architecture, but we'll talk about food later. I want to talk about architecture first because you mentioned the jali and the sunlight and that sort of insight. And there are insights like that sprinkled through your work. Like, for example, in Uzbekistan, you've spoken about the doors with metal loops, right? So the doors will have 2 loops on them. And, I think in one of your posts on Medium, you have a photograph of those loops. And and they're made of different materials. And if you knock with one loop, you're a man. If you knock with another loop, you're a woman. So you can tell by the knock whether it's a man or a woman at the door. You've pointed out why the doors outside the buildings are so incredibly small. You've in a different context, you've shown pictures of a Polish building with no balconies or doors, and you've spoken about why that is the case. And these whys fascinate me. I remember once traveling from Peshawar. I had gone in 2006 to cover the cricket tour, India's cricket tour there, and a friend did some jugaad and we managed to drive down to the border with Afghanistan, right? And on the way we passed the dwellings of the Afridis, and instead of windows there were these narrow slits. And I asked somebody, why are these narrow slits instead of big windows? And I'm not convinced of his answer, but it is plausible, which is कि वहाँ पे machine gun रखते हैं because you're always at war. I don't know. I suspect that there's a deeper, older reason than that. But I'm always fascinated by all these little things which to a tourist would go unnoticed, but a traveler may actually see. So give me some sense of when you started noticing architecture, and then what does it do for you to experience a city with this extra layer of seeing? where you're asking those questions about design. And because for me, all these different forms we see around us and we take them for granted, they originate for a reason. There is a reason townhouses in France will look a certain way. There is a reason that many Indian houses will be like, there'll be a courtyard in the center which is open and everything is facing inwards, and that's the way joint families are living. And through architecture, you can learn so much about a society. So tell me about, your sort of how your understanding and interest in that grew.
So my understanding of it, I feel, is still super limited, but my interest has always been there. So for me, and I always think of all travel writing as an interplay of space and time. We discussed this a little while ago that, you can see a very clear element of time. So I'm saying that architecture is a space, but it is also time because it's existed for so long. It's been sometimes renovated, parts have been added, parts have been taken away, and so on. So the monument is actually a living thing. It's not a dead thing because the monument tells us a story. Now, if you look at so much architecture, and of course, I am very biased towards architecture in India because I'm biased towards India as a country, is that there is a lot of very specific reasons why things are being done. I have an episode called Jaipur Architecture as Statecraft, right? That how Raja Mansingh, who had accepted the suzerainty of the British, started using aspects of architecture from different parts as a way to please certain factions of people he was trying to work with. Now, if you look at have you been to Jaipur? I don't know if you've, right? So if you go to the old part, right, where the whole city is pink and there are these specific shops, only one kind of shops, right? Now, how did they start? That started because he wanted to set up, a flourishing city because Amer had become too small for him. And he knew that to set up a city, you needed money, right? To need money, you need to attract trade. How are you going to attract traders? He said that, listen, I'm going to set up specific markets. And even if you look at, if anyone who's listening to this opens the map and you go to the old city of Jaipur, you will see specific lanes named after professions, right? Some kuch telo walo ki gali hogi, kuch doodh walo ki gali hogi, all of them, right? That is because he said, listen, this is the place where I want everyone who's selling tel to trade. And he built that, and that stays to this day, right? Of course, some of those things have changed, but that stays to this day, and that becomes the foundation of Jaipur as a city. Correct? Now, someone took a very deliberate choice to say that I want to set up Jaipur, and a very intentional and smart about it, if I may say. And I had these realizations in 2018 when I took my sabbatical. I was in Sarajevo. And Sarajevo is one of my favorite cities in the world. I would say Istanbul competes with it for me, pre-Erdogan though. I'm not the biggest fan of what he's doing to Turkey. But that single city, you can see within maybe a 30 meter. If you just look at the architecture, it goes from 17th century to 21st century in 30 meters. Along with that, it has different styles of architecture. Along with that, it has different religions influencing that architecture. Now, you could stand in those 30 meters and unravel the history of Sarajevo from those 30 meters. But you need to be intentional about it, right? So, architecture became also very important for me because I said that, all countries try to modify their collective memories, change it, and all power struggle is essentially, and this sort reminds me of my master's thesis. I had done this thesis around anti-war art in Cambodia around the Khmer Rouge period, right? And absolutely brutal period of Cambodia's history. And one of the things which I sort of understood from is that the struggle for power is actually a struggle for national memory. What do you, institutions, organizations, political parties want to be known for? Right? And once you start seeing that, you say that, yes, people with their vested interests will try to bury history, but architecture is living history, right? Because there is so much of it has already been documented. Sure, it might be lying a little obscure, but it's definitely there for you to access. And to me, that became just another tool to really understand the place better. The same goes for food, and we will talk about food, but that is why I find I for 2015, I lived in China for about 6 months. I traveled for work, and I went to Tiananmen Square. And I have an episode on town squares, right?
Why dictators love town
Why
squares.
dictators love town squares. And if you go to any of these town squares, there is never a bench, there is never a tree, which means you can't rest, you can't sit, you can't organize, you can't protest. Tiananmen Square is that way because of what happened in 1989 in Tiananmen Square. Now, you go to Tiananmen Square, and with the people all the time there, you can see nothing. But the moment you bring in this lens, right, you know why this is the way it is. And that way of hiding something actually reveals more than what was trying to be hidden. And there are just so many these aspects of architecture which completely blow my mind. Sometimes it is ingenuity, sometimes it is vanity, which you see, sometimes it is the sheer craftsmanship of it, right? And I feel that what we call as deep work now in the modern age, people did deep work then, right? The kind of nakashi which you see in palaces, in temples, in so many other architectural elements, that people were doing deep work, and that deep work has stood for hundreds, sometimes thousands of years. The other thing about architecture which fascinates me and which continues to interest me is what is absent. So, the absence or the forced absence of something in architecture tells us so much, right? Like the Hindu rite talks about Muhammad Ghazni coming and sacking the temples X number of times. And while, of course, it is true, he definitely did that. But the fact that you start understanding architecture as a tool of power, right? The sacking of the temple is very deliberate. He could have done 100 other things. He very chose to sack temples because he wanted to further a certain philosophy of what he believed in. And that was a statecraft. There's this historian, Anirudh Kanisetti, written a brilliant book, The Lords of the Deccan. And in one of his articles, he talks about that, while it's very easy for us to, fall into that, X mosque was demolished, X temple was demolished. But in the medieval times, kings used to demolish, coming from the same region, same religion, same community, would demolish another temple. So that they wanted to build a bigger temple in that place to show that, listen, I am more powerful than him. Right? So when you start seeing this, it also helps you understand that a lot of narratives which you see, and it doesn't matter which side it is coming from, are also narratives of convenience, of propaganda in many ways. And a deeper look at architecture helps you see through it much more easily than you would sort of, see it from the outset. And that is why what I love about travel is that it might seem as one singular aspect of what you do, but it really insights go into all directions.
So you mentioned Anirudh. In this very room in the Takshashila studio, I once sat with him doing a voice role for his podcast. I think, he used to do a
Yuddha.
podcast here. Yeah. He used to do a podcast here when he used to work in Takshashila.
Yeah. Echoes of
something.
Echoes of India, I think.
Yeah, something like that. So he would have these voice effects there with king saying things and princess saying things. And I was a king for a brief while. So I'm going to think aloud and ask you a question and see if you have any thoughts on it. Now, I'd done an early episode of Everything is Everything on this, where we were still trying to figure the medium out, which was about the pinkness of Jaipur. Like, one of the things I realized when I went to Jaipur, and obviously I did the kind of thing that you would recommend reading up and all of that, and one of the things I realized is that pink city thing is kind of recent. In 1876, Prince Albert was going to visit the city, so they painted it pink in his honor. Now, somehow it caught on and it became a branding thing, and because it's called the pink city, what it does is it does this kind of part dependence, where certainly in the touristy areas, it became de rigueur to paint everything pink, and pink became a destiny, thereby foreclosing other possibilities, right? Now, this is a relatively trivial thing. It doesn't really matter whether a building is pink or blue in a deeper sense. But, I focused on this because I felt that this kind of part dependence happens in our own lives. For example, if you see yourself in a particular way, if a young girl is praised for a particular attribute, that, oh, she's so coy, or, oh, you have a charming smile, then you focus more on that to the, detriment of other things, and there is a part dependence that comes in. And similarly, I'm thinking of the part dependence of architecture. Like Winston Churchill once said that we shape our buildings and thereafter our buildings shape us. So when I think about town squares, it is not just that a town square designed like that without benches or trees is useful for a dictator, it is also that a town square that remains like that is useful to a future dictator. That in a sense we are shaped by our architecture as much as in the past we shaped our architecture. And it's important to watch out for these sort of falling into these part dependencies in our own lives in various ways. But in the context of cities and the way they are and the kind of life they enable and the kind of life they don't enable, do you have any like further observations?
So, Mit, while the pink city example, of course, is deliberate, and there are deliberate examples, right? In so many parts of the world, you're not allowed to change the outer facade of buildings because it maintains a certain look, right? In Bombay, for example, Art Deco buildings you cannot modify, no matter what you can do inside. Uh, I know that a lot of people have an issue with this to say that, hey, why do we have to do this? Let places be what they are. But nothing is just as they are, right? Everything is intentional. Someone is taking an intentional choice. And one of the things and you did mention the tourist and the traveler thing, right? I actually don't think there is a difference between a tourist and a traveler, and I'll come to why. But the fact that a place is popular for a certain thing allows a lot of people to come, and of course leads to issues like overcrowding of places. But at the same time, it runs someone's house. And I think that is what we, forget. That, I can talk wax eloquent about, how amazing slow travel is, that is, and but sometimes the best known places are genuinely worth it, right? They're genuinely worth the hype they have. And even if, you may not like it, but it's running someone's household and it's a part of the economy. I think we should not forget that sometimes these places and ideas and experiences have to be designed, right? I mean, why do countries run tourism campaigns? They run it for the simple reason that they want more people to come, right? We all, project this idea of what our country is. And this takes me to a very brilliant anthropologist called William Mazzarella. He had written a book called Shoveling Smoke. So he had done an ethnography of advertising agencies in India, I think late 90s, if I'm not wrong, or maybe early 2000s. And he came up with this idea of auto-Orientalism. He says that Orientalism was how the West viewed us. We have now made it our own, and we are now sending it back to the West, right? In a very crude form, if I may say. So even when we do Incredible India campaigns, right, and I think we do the same thing. And I do not think that is wrong in a very sense that there are some truths to stereotypes, right? Of course, they're exaggerated, and which is not true, but there are some truths to stereotypes, right? If someone is seeking, let's say, some sort of a spiritual experience, it is possible in a country like India, if they have the right mindset to go to some of the right places. It's at least possible, may or may not happen. So I'm quite okay with some of these intentional choices. And this actually reminds me of one of my favorite poets, Kabir. Right. One of the reasons I really like Kabir, out of everyone else I have a little bit read of, is Kabir was a weaver. Kabir was a man in the arena. So he was not an ascetic who said, I'm going to quit everything and preach. He said, I am a weaver. I will weave. I will take things to the market. If it sells, I eat. If it does not sell, I don't eat. Right. And Kabir talks about this entire thing of intentionality, that, that you can talk. And of course, has a huge amount of critique on religion, on organized religion, because he was against it. And the reason I like it is that as much as he talks about things which are metaphysical or spiritual, it's very grounded in reality. And I feel that whenever you are traveling, you cannot let go of that grounding. And I think that's very important. That's why I actually like the intentionality in some cases, because we are ultimately trying to preserve a piece of history, right? And allowing a storyteller to take that piece or that sample and help us imagine the universe. Because we don't know today what the Vijayanagar Empire looked like. But basis the ruins of the temples we have and what historians are able to put together, we can imagine it was genuinely a glorious empire in that time. And that's why I feel that intentionality works.
Yeah, and with cities, I was not talking so much about the touristy element of it, that you take one aspect and then you foreground that and all that. But even little parts of the design shape the culture. For example, how much public transport is there in a city will shape the way people live. Are there cycling tracks or not will shape the way people live. I, feel this profound dissonance when I think of the city of my birth, Chandigarh. Like, at a sort of philosophical level, I am opposed to it, because it's like top-down urban planning. It's not growing organically from the needs of the people. Now, every time I go to Chandigarh, Chandigarh, I see the wide roads and the green parks, and it's like utterly beautiful. But the counterfactual is something that is far more vibrant and, far more colorful. And that vibrancy hasn't been allowed to come up. You contrast it with any other Punjab city, for example, because of the way that it's designed, because you can only have a certain amount of density possible, and, that restricts the sort of possibilities. So all of these different choices, the way they lead to, cities being what they are.
I think, Amit, it's important that we recognize that there is an equal mix of beauty and chaos in how cities evolve, right? There is a beauty because the 30-meter stretch in Sarajevo I spoke of, right? That walking down that street, you can understand Bosnia as a country, if I may say. And that street has been preserved for a reason, right? Because, and it actually comes back to the point of national memory, right? We preserve things the way because we believe that this is the national memory we want people to carry. This is what the idea of conception of people we want to carry. But at the same time, we understand that memory is malleable, right? You can change people's idea of what a country is and what a memory is by doing things in various ways. And we are seeing that play out in India right now as we speak, right? We want to change the conception of what India as a country is. So, yes, Chandigarh, like an example, and I've been to Chandigarh a couple of times. Chandigarh is a rich man's city, right? Chandigarh is a privileged city.
Exactly, and that has a cost, but yeah.
Yeah, right? Now, but there is an upside to it, that it looks beautiful, it's organized, and, I have not really seen traffic in Chandigarh from what I remember. Now, Bombay, the city which both of us have spent considerable time in, has layers upon layers of history, is chaotic, still manages to function, but has some serious issues as a city now, right? So I don't think this question can be conclusively answered. I think very few people, and people talk of their love for European cities. You consider yourself a child of enlightenment for sure. So, but the fact is that how many European cities can take the population load we have today? Right?
Exactly.
Yeah. They evolved because they knew they were catering to, a certain aesthetics, to a certain population, to a certain way of life, which is why Paris is out of control as a city. Paris simply cannot take the amount of immigration which is coming into Paris right now.
And also, as you pointed out in a episode of your podcast, European cities are literally built on shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is what I call a cheap thrills episode.
Yeah, I'm going to link it from the show notes. So we're not going to elaborate. You have to listen to the episode to find out why they're built on shit.
So yeah, I don't think this question can be answered, and I don't think there is a balance also in a sense you can strike, because some cities will always be weighed down by their history. No matter how much of decontextualization you want to do, their history doesn't lead them, and it will never leave them. Delhi's history will never leave it. You can do whatever amount of social engineering in a country, but some things are very hard to erase.
I would hope so. From a recent episode, I think it was Swapna Little who gave me this insight that, we think of domes as inherently Islamic architecture, but domes actually, there's nothing like that. Domes were used by everybody. It's a freaking technology. It's a technology for how you, cover the top of a building from the elements. But, these associations have come. So when you rewrite history and you rewrite design and etc., all of this random shit gets in. On that note, let's take a quick break, and after the break, we have lots more to talk about.
Yep.
Have you always wanted to be a writer but never quite gotten down to it? Well, I'd love to help you. Since April 2020, I've enjoyed teaching 27 cohorts of my online course, The Art of Clear Writing, and an online community has now sprung up of all my past students. We have workshops, a newsletter to showcase the work of students, and vibrant community interaction. In the course itself, through 4 webinars spread over 4 weekends, I share all I know about the craft and practice of clear writing. There are many exercises, much interaction, and a lovely and lively community at the end of it. The course costs rupees 10,000 plus GST, or about $150. If you're interested, head on over to register at indiauncut.com/clearwriting. That's indiauncut.com/clearwriting. Being a good writer doesn't require God-given talent, just the willingness to work hard and a clear idea of what you need to do to refine your skills. I can help you. Welcome back to The Scene and the Unseen. I'm chatting with Utsav Mamoria, and we just went traveling. He took me down on a slow travel down Church Street, where we had a slow pizza, positively leisurely. And as we came back, we picked up coffee and we discovered the concepts of OD and AC. And I think we owe it to the public to
Yeah.
tell them what is OD and AC. So I can begin with OD
Okay.
and then you go on to AC.
Yeah.
And together we'll do a teamwork job of
Let's do this.
explaining this as it were. So OD means optimum delusion. And here is a funda behind it, that a certain amount of delusion is necessary if you want to achieve excellence. Because what happens is that when you begin doing something, you suck at it. Right? And how will you get good at it? By doing it again and again. But if you have the intellectual honesty and the good taste to see that you suck at it, that might dishearten you from doing it. So you need a certain amount of delusion which makes you think, I'm actually good at this shit. And then you do it again and again, inadvertently faking it till you make it, and then you actually become good. So to get the iterations through, you need to be deluded. But the reason the O comes in, the optimal, is that if you are too deluded, then you will never, that will also come in the way, and it simply won't work. So you need that amount of delusion which makes you keep practicing till you actually get better at it, but not so much that it stops you from improving at all. So that is a concept of optimal delusion. And at this point, I will now hand over, huge round of applause please, for my good friend Utsav Mamoria, who will explain the concept of AC.
But before you do that, I forgot what the A was. I remember what the C was.
Adequate.
Adequate, yes. So the idea of OD extends well in a more culturally acceptable space to AC. AC stands for adequate chutzpah. It's pronounced something else. I just got to know it from Amit.
Chutzpah.
It's called chutzpah. But of course, I learned it from the Vishal Bhardwaj film Haider.
Where he says chutzpah.
Where he says chutzpah, as Amit says.
I could be wrong. You're actually speaking to two people who are awful at pronunciation, so
Yes.
kindly forgive, but it is spelled with a C, therefore AC.
Yes, therefore AC. So ultimately, we all need to arrive at a state of adequate chutzpah, because adequate chutzpah is what will keep you going, because it's a continuous journey of learning and improving. So you still need to be a little deluded. Yeah, like I'm doing a good job and I'm improving. But it should not be that I have reached perfection and then you get to very, very unhealthy megalomania ideas of who you are.
Yeah, optimal delusion leading to adequate chutzpah. From bad thought to brave action, I guess is what you could put it. BT to BA. So, typically in all of my episodes, I will also ask my guest about their childhood and growing up and what they were like and all of that. And we haven't done that so far because it was just such a joy riffing over all the ideas and themes that we were riffing about. But that moment has come, Utsav, where you are now required to tell us about young Utsav, the Utsav of ages past, the Utsav of memory, both semantic memory and episodic memory, as you like to talk about on your shows. So tell us about that, Utsav.
So I was very fortunate in the sense that I grew up in a very small town. It's a town of Anand in Gujarat, of course, known for Amul. But the town is so small that I think even as per 2011 census, the population of the town is about 2.5 lakhs or 3 lakhs or something. So you can imagine that when I was growing up about 25, 30 years ago, how small the place would have been. But at the same time, I was staying in a sub part of Anand called Vallavidhyanagar, which is the university town of the city, right? So my father was a professor and my mother was a teacher. And by the virtue of my mother having a PhD in Hindi literature, my father had a PhD in economics. I think we had more books than we had furniture in the house. And it was such a normal part of growing up to see my grandfather and my father both have authored textbooks. So they used to both write prolifically. I remember my father writing almost, if not every day, maybe every second or third day after he would come back from university, right? Because he had to constantly revise his books, write new books, working with the publisher and so on. And that is such a distinct memory for me because till maybe about 7 or 8 years when we had a junior library in school where we started going to the library, I realized that, there are people who don't read books. Because I was living in this bubble of, my parents and my parents' friends who were also other professors in the university, because we were migrants to Anand and we did not have any roots. So all the people we knew were through the university, and their kids also read because, well, they were professor kids. So that's when I realized, that, reading is not a thing which everybody does. And it was not a judgment thing. It was like, the world is also like this kind of a thing. And I think one of the questions, Amit, you always ask your guest is, what is your Bengali? right? Thanks to listening to so much of the show. But I feel it's always, and I don't remember which of your guests said this, but it's a place, but that place does not exist today. It existed at a certain time.
Max Rodenbeck said this about Cairo. So, yeah.
Yeah. So for me, the Anand and the Vallabh Vidyanagar of me growing up was really that place where I just found an immense amount of comfort of being at home. And I read this beautiful quote, and because I'm so bad at remembering names, which says that home is a place where all attempts to escape cease.
Mm.
Right. And that is how I thought of, and I still think of my growing up years. And given the fact that there were so few of us, we had such limited understanding of the world. I remember cable television coming in for the first time, and oh my God, it's like my world had changed. It was a seminal cultural event. If you grew up in the late 80s, early 90s, and then of course I went through that rigmarole of Indian education, where because I had 10th and 12th board exams, there was no cable connection at home because my parents were like, you're definitely just going to waste your time on television. And at that point in time, I think the 10th and 12th board exams were just seen as make or break. Like your entire trajectory of your life depended on those exams. And given that my parents were fairly middle class, then there were really no avenues of going out and pursuing something without education. So that was really literally only it. In midst of all this, when I was about 10 years old, I think I was 10 when I lost my father suddenly. And it's going to sound incredibly cruel to say, but I think had it happened later, it would have affected me a lot more than it affected me at that time, because I didn't understand the gravity of it. So of course, it took an emotional toll on me, not having to see my father on a day-to-day basis. But I think only in adulthood I realized what the ramifications of losing a parent are, and what a single parent, especially for a woman in a country like sort of India, is. And one of the laments, though, I do have from that time is that because wasn't enough technology, I have very limited pictures of him. I maybe have one sort of voice recording of his when you used to do those tape recorders. You used to play and record together and record those things, right? And somewhere part of me definitely wishes that I had more memories of him, right? I whatever memories I have of him are very good memories, but they're still very few in number. And I think somewhere he definitely sowed the seeds of writing, because he used to give me dictation in a very professional way. He used to give me dictation and correct my spellings. And at school as well, I was very fortunate. It was a school which was run by the National Dairy Development Board and Amul, and a very, very privileged school in a very small place. And I had fantastic teachers, and I respect them to this day. And the only sucky part of being in that school was that my mother was a teacher at the same school, right? Which is just a nightmare. If any of the listeners who have been through this know exactly what I'm talking about. Because one, you are held to a different standard as a student, right? And second is that whenever we used to perform poorly in exams, right, my mom would know my scores even before I knew my scores, because the teachers would go and tell that, he really needs to improve in this. So I would get a tongue lashing once on that day and the same tongue lashing again when everybody got the exam papers. So, but I think, and I'd be very honest, that I was a fairly non-focused, relaxed child. And maybe it was the times, or maybe it was just the way things were, that it did bother my mother that, I'm not really paying attention to studies. But also, it never felt an overbearing pressure to perform, right? I didn't have to do like, oh my God, you have to do IIT, you have to do medical. Of course, they wanted me to take a professional course. That never went away. But at the same time, I never felt that intense pressure. And one thing that I'm super, super thankful about to both my parents is that they always encouraged me dabbling in the arts. In the 8th grade, I briefly tried to learn the harmonium. Right. I did just about okay, but it was never sort of seen as a distraction from studies, which unfortunately a lot of my friends probably had to go through during that time, that, oh, please don't do all this and focus on what you need to do. And whether it was reading or writing or, whatever little drawing I could do at that point. And of course, these things you see in hindsight. At that point in time, you didn't really think of them as anything significant. But the fact that it was always encouraged, I feel somewhere has had an impact on me in terms of always finding a way to express myself, whether it was verbally, because we had those debates and allocutions and everything, and also the ability to put down your ideas in words. I think it came fairly early to me. So all through growing up, we used to, write something for something in school, and if you wrote really well, your teachers would actually call you out in class and say that, "Oh, I think this one is really good," and they would read out the whole thing, which was probably only 300 words at that age, but those 300 words meant a lot to you when you sort of write it. And what I really miss about it is the slow pace of life. I think just that nothing was ever hurried there. Right. Even of course you had to reach school on time, but the city was so small that my school was 7 kilometers away. We reached in like 15 minutes or something, which of course is unimaginable now that I live in Bangalore. And it was just a very, very calming time despite the personal hardships which we were going through, and a lot of credit to my mother that we never felt the pinch of that hardship. She never let us sort of feel that, and that I think also gave me a lot of confidence as a person growing up, saying that that a lot of what you can do in life is also dependent on how you do it, and how you get a situation, you get thrown into a situation, how you react to it, right? And so man, I was very fortunate that my mother was educated, she had a job. It made things much, much easier sort of for us. And in fact, the interesting part was that my parents had an arranged marriage, like most parents did at that time, and my mother was just finishing her MA, and it was my father who actually pushed her to continue studying for her PhD after marriage, and which at that time was fairly revolutionary, because my mom was actually quite okay quitting and just taking care of the kids and everything. But it was my father who sort of pushed her to do a PhD, and then once we were a little older, he encouraged her to go back and sort of start working and get a job. And somewhere I feel that because of his worldview and the way their equation was, right? And again, I have very vague memories because I was just 10. One, I had always seen my father do housework, and I had never seen raised voices in my household. I feel it had a massive impact on me as an adult, because even today, my conflict resolution with my partner or with anyone in the house is never raised voices. So yeah, if you are feeling worked up, just walk away for some time and come back to it, because whatever you are feeling in that moment, you don't really actually feel. It's just that moment which sort of brings out the worst of you, and sort of you take that. And I think which is somewhere also why I took to cooking quite easily, because while my father did not cook, but he used to do a lot of grocery shopping, vegetable shopping, dusting the house, and doing a lot of household chores, which I would not say then, even now, a lot of men would not partake in. And as I was growing up, I think the other pivotal person in my life was my sister. She's an elder sister, and I owe so much of who I am to her today, in the sense that, of course, that having an elder sibling helps. You can lean on to them for so many things, and they understand the unique circumstances you are in, because they are also in those circumstances. And at so many points in my life, I remember that this is 2007, 8, when I was applying for business schools, and I got admitted to IIT Madras, the management program, and MICA. And I was dead set on going to MICA, saying that, I have studied with engineers all my life. I want some diversity in thought, and I want to go to a place like MICA. And my mom, coming from a more traditional mindset, was saying that, hey, you should consider IIT as well. It's of course a great school and everything. And my sister is like, just let him do what he wants to do, right? And she's like, it doesn't matter as much as you think it matters. What matters is that what he does when he goes there. And ultimately, an education is what you extract out of it, not what the institute gives you, because there are so many institutes in the country who don't really do a good job of providing that kind of intellectual leeway to people. So I think she is massively responsible. There is one person I would pick who's responsible for shaping me as an individual. It's her, and she was the first person who loaned me money to travel. I was a student and at MICA and had gone to Singapore on a student exchange program, and this was the first time I solo traveled. So I booked a ticket to Cambodia. You got those $0 flights, right? And then I went to Vietnam and it booked a flight back from Ho Chi Minh, and that was my experimentation in the sense that I had no accommodation, I had no plans. I said I'm just going to try this out. Right. The only thing, of course, I had was a mobile phone, saying that if I really in a bad situation, I can call someone. But that's the extent of it. And of course, there were no smartphones then. This is all feature phone era. And I think that's where really the travel thing started somewhere, right? Because when suddenly you have that much of free time and you start seeing a completely different culture. Because till then, I had seen only India and Singapore, but Singapore also is a very unique country in a lot of ways, right? That it doesn't throw you into chaos in any sense. It's a very organized country and so on. Whereas Cambodia is not. Cambodia is not. Vietnam, at least in 2007, 8, I've not been there since, is not. And that gave me a very different flavor of life. And that sort of, just showed me that how much or how differently people approach life and what their, life goals can be. And during MICA is where I also feel was a very, very pivotal moment. And this is all thanks to my teachers at MICA, Professor Matthew, who's at IIM Kozhikode now, and Professor Rita Kothari. I think she's at Ashoka University now, and Professor Seema Khanwalkar, who taught semiotics to us. She wasn't a faculty, I think she was visiting, right? And I think that was my first introduction to the ideas of what race is, what gender is, right? What sexuality is. And the beautiful part about MICA then was because it was a communication school, right? Film studies was a course, which was incredibly hard to find in a management program then. I'm not sure about how management programs look now. And the fact that I could write my master's thesis on anti-war art in Khmer Rouge in Cambodia and actually understand what is art and what anti-war art and what purpose does art serve in society was profoundly changing because till I think at that time I saw a lot of art as purely for entertainment. But then you also start understanding the power of art in so many other different ways. And I was talking about to Professor Matthew, he was my master's thesis guide. And it was very nice to actually do a master's thesis in a management school or a non-management subject. Because, we'd always taught in management schools, make sure whatever you do is to make you employable, right? But the other counterpoint to think was that, well, if you went to a good school, you will become employable at some point. Just do whatever you want to do at that point in time. So that was a very beautiful 2 years I spent at MICA. And Professor Rita Kothari, she had a course called Imagining India. And that was fantastic because while, of course, we all came from a fairly privileged set of people coming to an expensive private school, it still brought out so many, things. For example, a batchmate of mine did his master's thesis understanding the revolutionary poetry of Pash, the Punjabi poet, right? I had not even heard of Pash till he did that. And his defense was just before mine. And the way he spoke of it, it has still left such a deep imprint in terms of how much passion he had for what he read as a child. So I think it gave me a very good grounding, even when I went on to do consumer research work, which was my chosen career in terms of what is traditionally called market research. Because every time I looked at a piece of communication or a piece of content, my views of it was very, very different. And I could see that my views were different from other people who were working on similar stuff coming from different schools, right? Because I was fortunate enough to get that grounding. And I also co-wrote a paper with a professor, Professor Harsh Taneja. He's in University of Illinois, if I'm not wrong. And that got accepted at a conference in Columbia. So MICA funded me to go to Columbia. Professor Matthew was also there. And I remember we had one of the scariest experiences of our life there, that We were coming back from Ecuador, and we didn't have a place to stay for the night, and there was no online bookings then. 2008, 9ish. This was no, maybe 2010 actually, and we took a taxi driver's help, and I remember this so distinctly that the more he drove us to where we were going to stay, which was his house, he said, "I'll put you up at my house and I'll charge you this much." It was not the money which was the concern. That the every time we took a turn, the area got more dimly lit, more dimly lit, more dimly lit. Right, and we were in Bogota, which is the heart of Colombia and has a terrible reputation as a city. And he put us in the room. The room was fine, and he said that, "Come, I'll take you to dinner." And we were absolutely not sure how this is going to turn out. And there is that, a moment of humanness or human rawness which sometimes happens, that when he reached there and we ordered pizza, he just took out his phone. He had a smartphone then, and started just showing pictures of his daughter, right? And then just suddenly the entire moment changed, right? And he told us about that, how he drives a taxi, but he tries to put up people so that he can make some extra money, so that, he can provide a better life for her. And, that kind of a thing suddenly sort of reminds you that for how much ever evil or bad there is out in the world, a regular person you will meet on the street is mostly a good person, right? And in all, I call this the milk of human kindness, that, how much ever you travel, you will always find the milk of human kindness. People in most cases than not are out there to help you, because think of it this way, that you are in whatever city you are. Let's say we are recording this at the Takshashila in Church Street. Now, if I find a foreigner who's confused, right, and the worst thing you will do to him or her is that you will not say anything to them and you will just walk past. Are you going to actually go and actively harm that person? I would say highly unlikely. The question is, if we can assume that about ourselves, why do we find it so hard to assume it about the world? Right? Because we tend to think of the world in collectives and not in individuals. But at an individual level, you will rarely find someone who's out to get you. Sure, there are bad experiences, but I would say that in a very, very anecdotal manner, probably 97 to 98% of your experiences are pretty good when you're traveling. So I think that also sort of gave me a very good sense of giving me different lenses to look at in the world. And a lot of what I saw in my engineering days, I went to NIT Surat, and that was my first exposure out of my privileged small town bubble, because we also had students whose parents earned 30,000 rupees in a year come and study with us, right? Of course, the college provided them with support, right? And it suddenly makes you realize that how hard they must have worked to come at this playing field than what I did not have to. And because you now understand caste, you now understand gender, you now start to beginning to scrape what India is as a country, all those experiences of the past suddenly start making a lot more sense to you. Things which you could not understand. I remember there was a batchmate of ours who had not read a non-academic book till he reached college. In the first year, he read 64.
Wow.
Right? At the end of the final year, he had a fully funded admit to London School of Economics.
And I'm bloody sure he's doing damn well today.
Oh yeah, he's doing very well for himself today. And wow. He's from Orissa, where he had incredible amount of pressure just to do this. And I think he also came into himself as a person during those 4 years. And I think those were very formative years for so many of us. And I'm very blessed that I was able to see so much diversity of people, because thanks to the NIT system then, that every state had certain number of students coming in. So you were literally living in a mini India. We had someone from the Andamans who used to be called Andy every year, no matter who that guy was. He just used to be called Andy, right? So that became, I think, a very good melting pot for me to probably begin my obsession about understanding and uncovering India as a country. Because even now that I go back and look at my podcast, about 25% of my episodes are India focused. Could be Indian food, could be Indian places, could be something else. And that somewhere has stayed with me, the idea of the intangible education, which you do not get from degrees, right? But which you get from people. right? And you have very early on in life, you see people struggle and come up against incredible odds. It humanizes you to the extent that it almost makes you feel guilty of your privilege, but it sometimes also pushes you to take to action, say that I need to do something about the privilege I hold. It's not always a very positive mind space to be in, but when it pushes you to action, I think it's a good mind space to be in. And I think after that, I took on a very conventional trajectory of my career. My first job, I spent about 4.5 years. The next one, I spent 6 months in China, right? And that was just something else. And that sort of cemented the idea that, we have this theory in social sciences called ethnocentrism, that you shouldn't judge another culture by the ideals and think of yours. And that really came true to me in China, because what you hear of China sitting outside versus when you go and live there and talk to people who are living regular lives. And one of the things I realized is that fundamentally, world over, people care for 3-4 things. They care for family, they care for health, they care for money, they care for relationships. Right? These are the 4 things people care for fundamentally. It varies in different degrees in different ways, but you can understand most cultures if you understand these 4 things well. And China was revelation. Of course, I spoke no Mandarin, so which had its own rather unique experiences once, because I was trying to get to work on the second day and I flagged off a cab, right? And that cab stopped and he was just looking at me blankly. And I had the address where I wanted to go in Mandarin, so I was prepared. And then the guy is just suddenly sort of pointing to the top of the car. And I'm like, of course, it's day 2. I'm already confused what's happening. And then I realized that this is actually a cop car. Both cop cars and taxis are yellow in some parts of Shanghai. And I just stopped a cop car on day 2 and he's just looking at me and I'm looking at him. I'm just like, hey, listen, I'm doing the right thing. Why are you looking at me like this? So, of course, those, misadventures, pleasant misadventures did happen in my time. But one thing which really stayed with me from my China experience is that I got a chance to visit Tibet. Right. And that is where I was actually probably able to see firsthand what cultural erasure looks like. So China, if you look at as a country, is heavily populated towards the east, whereas the provinces of Xinjiang and Tibet, which form a very large chunk of Western China, are very sparsely populated owing to the terrain and a whole host of other reasons. So as China was moving west, there were a lot of people who were coming from Eastern China into Western China. And by that time, thanks to the kind of work I did on a day-to-day basis, which was more on consumer psychology, consumer behavior through research and statistics, you start observing things. Now, one thing which I observed very keenly was that when you looked at signboards, right, you are in Tibet, where everybody speaks Tibetan. But there was a larger text for any road in Mandarin, followed by a much smaller one in Tibetan. And while it may seem insignificant, but it's one thing to say that the native language takes a bigger chunk of the font and the other language does not. It's the exact reverse. And then you started to realize that they stopped teaching Tibetan in school, right? Now, which sort of brings me to the point of language, that what do we lose when we lose a language? And that became so stark because the guide which I had for my Tibet trip was a Tibetan, because nobody wants to see Tibet through a Chinese guide's eyes, right? And in fact, I remember when I was trying to get the permit to go to Tibet, my travel agent had point blank told me that this was 24 hours before I was supposed to leave. My permit had not come. And he told me that there is a chance that your permit will not come because you're Indian. So be prepared for that. I will refund you most of your money because I know it's not your fault. But, and I feel that should have alerted me a little more to what I was going to see there. But again, hindsight is 2020. So I reached there and we were finishing the trip. And he was very happy to see someone from India. And he said that I have been in Dharamshala and I have crossed over and gone a couple of times. And he took me to the Tibetan part of Lhasa. And we ordered some food and he just broke down. And I was not prepared for it in any way. And he went on to talk about, a thing which I did not think about is that when the new generation of children lose the language, they not only lose their cultural heritage, but they lose a deep connection with the grandparent, because now they can't speak to the grandparent anymore. The grandparents speak barely any Mandarin. The child speaks barely any Tibetan, right? And that severing is a severing of familial ties. So they are both existing in the same space, in the same house, but they can't talk to each other, and which is only now going to get accelerated as nuclearization continues to happen in the world. And when you start seeing that level of cultural erasure happening, you really understand that why imperialism and colonialism were so damaging to the countries that went through it. Because it was a stripping of people's identity, in a sense, that, and the confidence in which they had in their own cultures, by saying that, hey, culture A is better than your culture, right? And this sort of brings me back to one of the things which, Barry Wilson said about language. I'm just going to read that out. Some languages are so place specific that it is not possible even to speak them intelligibly apart from the landscape in which they arose. He emphasizes that languages are more than mere words and grammar, that they reveal ecologies and potentialities unrecognized in other languages. He makes it clear that each language brings with it another history, another mythology, another set of technologies, another geography. In The Last Speakers, The Quest to Save the World's Most Endangered Languages, he writes, we will need the entire sum of human knowledge as it is encoded in all the world's languages to truly understand and care for the planet we live on. The loss of any human language means that, in the most difficult straits humanity has ever found itself in, one more strategy for survival has been thrown away. And this also takes me to the point of cultural erasure is essentially violence, right? It may not be violence which you see every day, and in fact, there is violence which you see every day, because there are still so many Tibetan people who immolate themselves in protest of what China does to Tibet. And right at the beginning, Barry Wilson talks a lot about what's happening in the world in terms of politics and, of course, of climate change. And he's describing a time when he's sitting by the pool with his grandson is playing. And he says this. Just then, a handsome Japanese woman, striding along the pool's edge, makes a graceful, arching dive into the water. An impulsive act. A scream of water rises above her, like a flare of a flamenco's dancer's skirt. The pool water shatters into translucent gems. In the beauty of this moment, I suddenly feel the question, what will happen to us? I stand up, a finger marking my place in the book, and search the breaking surf beyond a hedge of sea grape for my grandson. He waves hysterically at me, smiling from the slope of a wave. Here, Grandpa. What is going to happen to all of us now, in a time of militant factions, of daily violence? I want to thank the woman for her exquisite dive, the abandon and the grace of her movement. I want to wish each stranger I see in the chairs in the lounges around me, every one of them, an untroubled life. I want everyone here to survive what is coming. And I know it sounds extremely apocalyptic of what he's saying, but the idea that cultural erasure, environmental erasure is happening all around us is something I cannot anymore dissociate when I'm traveling. Right? I don't think I can travel in that purely hedonistic space anymore without reacting to what you are seeing around you. When I go to a place like Poland, right? I mean, I was in Poland in the midst of the elections, and the right-wing party, which had been in power in the last two terms, did not win power, and a more centrist kind of a coalition did come to power. Now, you could go through that country without understanding the ramifications of what that means, because on one side, there is a Ukraine refugee crisis happening for the country, right? The other side, Poland is one of the fastest developing economies in Western Europe, or rather Europe. Poland calls itself as Central Europe. Don't call Poland Eastern Europe. You will definitely upset a few people in Poland. So it's become increasingly very hard not to see the world where it is going, and it does sometimes leave you with despair. I went to the Nazi concentration camps in Poland, and I very clearly saw what was happening. And then what's happening in Gaza right now, and you see the entire cycle of violence has just come back. The oppressor becomes the oppressed, then the oppressed becomes the oppressor, and this cycle is not seemingly ending. And I'm so sorry, I'm sounding so cynical right now, but it's just very, very hard to tear away and talk about the joys of travel without acknowledging what's happening. So a lot of my episodes sometimes tend to go in very dark territories. In fact, I did an entire episode on dark tourism, entire series, where I spent time in Bosnia Herzegovina, and one of my defining moments of my entire maybe 10 plus years of traveling now is an experience I had in Nagorno Karabakh. So Nagorno Karabakh is a disputed region between Armenia and Azerbaijan, and was in news about a year ago where there was a war which happened during that time, and a part of Nagorno Karabakh is now controlled by Azerbaijan. The time I went, you needed a specific visa to go to Nagorno Karabakh, which was quite easy to get if you were in Yerevan. And again, thanks to slow travel, I had no agenda. I had 4 days in Nagorno Karabakh, and I went there and I was walking around. I saw the office of an organization called Halo Trust. Now, Halo Trust is a UK-based organization which is involved in demining activities all across the world. And because it's a disputed zone and it has changed hands over time, there are a lot of landmines in that region. And I had seen their work about 10 years ago when I was in Singapore and I went traveling to Cambodia and Vietnam. The Cambodian border is also mined thanks to the war. And so I said that I believe they're doing something which is noble. And I said, I'll make a very small contribution, whatever I could afford. And I went to the office, and it was so confusing because they had never had a tourist walk into their office. And I told them that I want to make a small donation. And they said that, we've never had a tourist come in. So we'll call our director and he will give you a tour of our facility. I said that, listen, I don't want to impose. I just wanted to sort of say thank you and move on. He said, no, today is the day off. So we are just sort of doing our admin stuff. So I said, okay, then sure. So he told me about the entire demining process, and he showed me, mines which have been diffused and bombs which have been diffused and missiles and stuff. And he said that, how long are you here? I said, I'm here for about 3 more days. He said that, why don't you come tomorrow? We'll take you to a active landmine site. I was like, sure. I wasn't going to say no to that. And knowing that this was people who did demining day in and day out, I knew I'm safe. So they drove me about 2.5 hours to a landmine site. So it was on the top of a hill. So of course, a very strategic location on a border. And, we see films and we see these, tripwire mines and people stepping on mines and, these things happening. And while those things happen, what we also don't know that there are tank mines which are specifically designed to blow up tanks. And because tank mines are buried deeper, they usually can't be detected with a metal detector, which means every square centimeter of that hill has to be dug up manually to look for mines. And there were people doing it, right? And they took a break, and I was able to go to the demined area and see how they were doing it and how carefully you have to do that job because, one small misstep can trigger a thing. And I was speaking to one of the miners there, and I asked him that, that I know this job pays well, so there's one reason you're doing it. But there are also other jobs which you could do and you still choose to do this. And this person had lost a family member on a landmine explosion while clearing mines. And I asked him, how do you do this? Like, knowing this is the risk, knowing having lost someone. And he told me that you have to let go of things. You can't bottle things inside you and keep them. Because if the landmine will not kill you, that will kill you. And this is not coming from someone who's being philosophical about it. This is coming from someone whose lived reality is losing someone to a landmine and working in a job which puts him at the risk, and so many others like him at the risk of losing a limb or even dying. And no amount of intentionality, research, preparation prepares you for this encounter, for it to happen and for you to experience it. And to me, this is a rich life. And to me, this is why seeing the world slowing down is so important. Because this aspect of someone's life, to know it so intimately, you cannot have it when you're rushing through. Sometimes you can't even have it at slow travel. I mean, I'm glorifying it for all its worth, but there's so little you will anyway see. But the idea that you have time to go down and do things which you wouldn't otherwise do, to step out of your comfort zone, I think is very important. So I have been able to see so many of conflict, zones. There's another village, I forget that the name starts with A, where it used to be an Azerbaijani village. At least then, in the war, it changed hand, went to Armenia. Now it might have changed hands again. I don't even know. And there's a minaret of a mosque, and that mosque has a visibility to snipers on the other side. And in the way teenage stupidity works, there are kids who will try to go up that minaret and peep out. Right? Now, in your rational mind, you will ask, why would you do this? Right? Even in teenage stupidity, this is a matter of life and death. And what you suddenly realize is that people who live in conflict zones somewhere accept and assimilate that they live in a conflict zone and try to live with it. There is not a lot which is happening in those zones. I spent 4 or 5 days in my sabbatical in the town of Mostar. It's in Herzegovina, and so Herzegovina is a divided city. One part is Muslim, other part is Christian. And thanks to couchsurfing, there's a feature of couchsurfing called Hangouts, where you can just ping the local who's available for hangout, and they'll just probably have a coffee with you, chat with you, or show you around. So I met an art history student there who actually took me through the city and its history through its graffiti.
Wow.
So he just walked with me over 2 days, and he spoke to me about, because there you can still see evidence of the 92 Bosnia war there in that city. And this is where you sometimes realize your stupidity. He said that this is one particular ruined place where today high school students put up Romeo and Juliet, right, as a part of their theater. And then it was written, "Love is love," right? And my immediate reaction to it was, what a stupid teenager thing to say, right? About a month later, when I was writing something for my book, I realized that Bosnia still persecutes homosexual people. And then I realized this is not the stupid love is love. This is a very, very different thing they're talking about. And in a city which has been damaged by war and ravaged, even in those ruins, they're trying to sort of say what they want to say and stake a claim to their identity. Now, this was as is complex enough for me to understand. But on the third day, when I was chatting with him, he told me about how his mother and father had to separate during the war. That his mother was sent to a different part and his father was still in the city and the war was going on. And one of the things which he said has stayed with me till today is that his parents told him that, unlike films, very rarely does it happen that someone will come and make an announcement and say, the war is over. You never really know if a war is over or not. Now, if you look at him, an art history student living in a country which doesn't have as many economic opportunities, he is somewhere still burdened by what has happened to his country and to his own parents. And he has lived through that. And then I get my privileged behind there and I'm trying to see that city as a tourist. I feel it's very insulting. And I feel that we owe it to the people where we travel to at least have respect for what they have gone through. right? Not everything is overt, not everything would be seen, right? But if you have the ability to engage and sometimes listen, that's all it matters, right? Listening is far more important a skill than there is any. And I think that is how it is sort of made me a better a listener, made me a more empathetic traveler. And the ethical responsibility which we spoke about, right? I feel it even more and more as I sort of go through.
The words of the prophets are written on the subway walls. One of the most moving images I've seen on Instagram was something I saw on a post you posted, which was the airline map to Auschwitz, where you posted this map, and it looks like a normal airline map of what flights are going out, what flights are going in, but it's actually a map of everybody's last flight to Auschwitz, and it's a last flight. And I also, and that makes me wonder that there is a dichotomy here. And one part of the dichotomy is that wherever you go, and in the extremely limited travel I have done, I have also seen this. You have traveled much more than me. Everyone who travels has said this to me, is that people are so fucking generous. That they are so kind, they are so generous, they are so warm hearted. Like you pointed out, the individual on the street will never want to hurt you, he wants to help you. I have seen this everywhere. I have seen this in Pakistan with people who know I'm from India, right? I've seen this everywhere. And yet, within all of us, we are all, like I like to say, we are all one circumstance away from the banality of evil, as Hannah Arendt would say. That you press a particular button and we are doing the worst possible things as if it is absolutely nothing. Love is love, but hate is hate. And what do you make of that dichotomy? Like, is it that we are essentially good but can be riled up to behave in terrible ways? Or is it that within us we contain the seeds of both good and evil, and then it is luck? Then it is luck, and then it is the shit that happens to you, and either you're smiling at me or you're cutting off my throat. I mean, what does one make of this?
So there's a very famous experiment called the Stanford Prison Experiment by Philip Zimbardo. It's a very controversial experiment for very good reasons why it's controversial. But to sum up the experiment, that this was a university professor, Philip Zimbardo, who took a bunch of students from his class, and over a period of a few weeks, if I'm not wrong, he gave them roles. One was a prisoner and one was a prison guard. And he just let it play out. Of course, the prison guards were supposed to be a little harsh, and the prisoners were supposed to be a little submissive, going to the nature of the power equation between them. And very quickly, he could see that regular, intelligent, empathetic people really became the worst kind of prison guards you could imagine. Right? So, Amit, I think before we are able to take moral high grounds on things of violence and of othering people, we must remember that we are literally one circumstance away from being evil. Everybody is evil in a certain way. Most of us are fortunate that that side does not come out. But I believe that, so the other thing which I mentioned in one of the quotes I was reading out is to write about things with certainty. Somewhere I'm not even sure if I should think about things with certainty. Because I think time and again we have proven that, as Albert Einstein said, the only thing certain is human stupidity. And the universe also he's not sure about. But the infinity of human stupidity is definitely a fact. So there's a very interesting book I read by Benedict Anderson. It's called Imagine Communities. And where he talks about that you will never really see or meet most of the people who are part of your nation, but it's an imagined community of people, right? As beneficial imagined communities is an idea, I think it's also very, very dangerous. Because imagined community, while you are trying to use it as people like me, but in the moment you make that an imagined community of people who are not like me, right, is very, very fertile ground for the kind of things we are seeing today. That, we are very, very personable and kind in person, but the moment we are able to put a layer of anonymity between us and someone else, or never having to interact with the person on whom our actions may have an impact, I think we are capable of incredible evil.
Yeah, moment of silence because I didn't know how to react, because I think you're right. Let's Since we're talking about incredible evil, let's talk about market research, which is what you turned your sort of career into. No, but I'm actually seriously interested in that in a couple of things. Number one, I think it seems to me that coming from that small town has two kinds of distinct advantages. And one distinct advantage, as you mentioned during lunch, is the power of observation, that you're so bored that your power of observation is acute in a sense that slower rhythm of life is already baked into you, where you have that herav naturally because hey, what else is there, right? That's what it is. It's in the air around you. And the other is that what English speaking kids from big cities like me unfortunately often tend to take for granted in their little echo chambers or whatever is that they have a blinkered view of the world. And I would imagine that being from a small town, you don't have that blinkered view of the world. You see a little bit more around you. And also the fact that you have, again, the great good fortune of being in a college where there is that kind of diversity, where you are meeting all those different kinds of people. So on the one hand, I'm assuming that this slow living, the slow rhythm is kind of ingrained in you, in the sense that you're not jumping to conclusions about everything, but stepping back and learning to listen and learning to figure shit out. And at the same time, you have this exposure to this diversity, which possibly, serves as a warning against certainty of any sort, because the world is complicated and there is all of that. And then when I come to your profession, the question I want to ask is that is it just that you got into the profession you did because, hey, I'm good at this and I need to make a living or whatever? Or even within that, are there ways of looking at something as banal and mundane as market research and getting an essential truth about a society? Like I've done a couple of episodes with Santosh Desai, who I think is just a mind blowing thinker.
Absolutely.
A mind blowing
It's
thinker.
something
Just like there's no one like him. And he's an accounts planning guy, he's a research guy, he looks at the numbers and he can apply the numbers to great truths about this nation and build these great narratives out of them, which contain so much insight. So for you, was the market research, was the numbers, was the data, was it all part of just that I'm professionally good at this will make me money? Or did it tie in with your interest in behavioral economics, for example, and understanding how the mind works into sort of getting a larger picture of the world?
So there's a film which came out a few years ago, it's been a while now, called Bunty and Bubbly,
Yeah.
right? There is a song which says, which goes, छोटे छोटे शहरों से खाली भोर दोपहरों से हम झोला उठा के चले. It's actually bang on, right? That's literally what happens for anyone who comes from a small town and migrates to a big town, right? And that's exactly sort of my life story as well. But one incredible advantage anyone who comes from a small town has is that you are just blessed with curiosity, because you have that understanding that you are seeing a very limited part of the world, because by that time you have been exposed to the world through media, right? There is a very interesting world which also exists there, which is out of my thing, right? And the moment you step into that world, you carry the sensibility of the observation of a small town with your curiosity, and you are now able to view everything in that large town or metro through that lens. So not only it makes you a lot more observant, you're also able to see things which other people cannot see, right? So for me, market research really happened because, one, I was very interested in media as an industry, as a business, of how it works, the business of media. And because I was curious and I enjoyed studying my consumer psychology courses, I was like, this sounds like fun, let's do this, right? And that time, what the industry paid versus what the fee was, the delta was not that bad. It was okay. And that's how I landed my first job. And I remember that I did not apply for any companies till the day 3 of placements, because the company I wanted was day 4. And there were times even I was second guessing myself. I'm like, listen, is this a too much of a rookie move now that I'm doing, or I'm risking too much? But well, it worked out. So, well, who knows if it was a rookie move or not. And then I think what market research really pushes someone like an MBA to do is, the first week of your training is field work. Okay. Which means you have to go get someone to respond to a 30-minute survey with mostly no compensation for them for it, right? And trust me, if you think cold calling is hard, please do this in person. The amount of times you will get shut down by people on your face. Cold calling is someone shutting down on the phone. Imagine having been shut down on your face, right? So the first 2 days are extremely humbling because you have achieved nothing in 2 days, right? Whereas there are field workers who have to do 4 or 5 surveys in a day to earn their living. And you suddenly have an immense amount of respect for them that they're able to do this on a day-to-day basis. The second thing is that it gives you a very unique opportunity to be able to talk to anyone. Because most of the times we talk to people in our privilege bubble, right? With everyone else, it's a very transactional kind of a equation you have. So I remember that one of my assignments was that I had to do 2 surveys in like second half of the day of condom users. Okay. And this was in Bombay, so I think I was still better off. And now the problem is, in a country which is as homophobic as India, how do you go to a man and ask him in a mall, hello, do you use a condom? It's not happening, right? So for the first half an hour, I struggled. I did not even know how to go and talk. Then I said, I cannot open with this. I have to open with something else. So I tried to find someone who's taking a smoke break. He's chilling, whiling away time, taking a break. Started talking to him. He saw the survey sheet. This was pen and paper interviews. So he saw the survey sheet in my hand. I asked him what I'm doing. This is what I do. This is my job. I'm on training, this and that. And then I, finally got one person to agree to talk to me. So by the time you had established a rapport, so this conversation starts flowing. So one of the questions is that, which is your favorite brand and why? Very typical market research question. And this guy, he was just talking to me, looking in the eye like a regular conversation. Then suddenly I see that he's looking towards the floor. And, he softly says, she likes the flavors. Okay. And to me, and because we were trained not to react to people's answers, it was genuinely a great moment. Because this guy has just told me such an intimate part of his life, which he probably doesn't even tell his friends. Of course, I had the advantage of anonymity. But in the last 20 minutes, I have gotten from him being a stranger who meet on a smoke break to actually tell me this about his life.
He likes the flavors. It's your first podcast interview in a sense.
Yeah. That's how podcasting started for me, right? Yeah. And met another guy. We asked him a question around frequency of buying and what pack size he buys. And he says, I buy 3 times a week and the pack size is 10. And then you in your head, he's using 30 condoms in a week. I am like, what is happening in his life? I really want to know. Or what is missing from my life? I really want to know. Right? So those experiences are also very humanizing experiences. And it really gives you the ability to go and talk to someone you don't know, how to find a common ground with someone, how to make someone speak to you for 30 minutes when it is not a lot in it for them. Right? So I think that was a great, great part about market research. I still love, and I sort of miss now that we have moved to more online forms of research, the human connect. I was also doing a project for a multinational company in Myanmar, right? And, there is power of survey data, but there is power of qualitative research and ethnography and observation. And when you used to do these home visits and do these interviews, in every household, you will see that at the most prominent position in the dining room, there would be the photo of the child of the family in their graduation robe. Right? Now, we also as a country are obsessed with education and degrees, but you will not see this in India. But you see this in Myanmar. The question you have to ask is why. You should not ever stop at saying that, okay, this is it. But why? This is not the most common thing to expect. And then you realize that this is also a country which is coming out of years of military rule. Right? It is also coming out of a place where the men were either working in the army or did nothing else. And now that the army janta is gone, these men don't know what to do. Which means it's upon the next generation to actually pick up the mantle and provide for the household economically. Because in Myanmar, it's women who do most of the work and not the men. Right? But if you don't have this context of where this country is coming from, you miss that insight. And this is what I say that, these are the lenses which Micah gave me as an institute to be able to see the world. And then what happens is that every data point you see, it starts connecting like a pieces of jigsaw. And that's really what an insight is. People talk of, insights, but you cannot prepare for an insight. An insight will come to you. You can prepare for the experience. You can prepare to push yourself into the field, go out, talk to people, understand, and the insight will come to you. And that's the beautiful part of being and working in market research, that sometimes these very core human truths are revealed to you. And it doesn't happen always, of course, but even if it happens 20% of the times, it really makes you worth it, because the curious person in you suddenly has made that one, Kuhnian way of understanding the world, has been one minor step which has been taken. And that is immensely, immensely satisfying. And so that's how, in some ways, market research happened to me. But the other thing, which I think I was telling you in the lunch break as well, is that because the natural path to progression in many of these fields is doing revenue and sales, till very recently, I used to do a lot of sales. And if any of you ever have a self-awareness that you are becoming too egotistical or arrogant, please do sales. Nothing decimates your ego like sales. The amount of constant rejection you deal with, right, for reasons which could be in your control or could be completely out of your control, really, really is a humbling experience. I think, there's a reason why I think market researchers are first put on field to first establish empathy for the people who we are studying, right? It's not just statistics and numbers in one place. And the other is to put you through the sales process to also get you outside of your own head and, start seeing as what inherent value do you provide in the economic machine. And your inflated worth from your degree has no value in the real world beyond a point.
So, if you have two parallel universes, and in one of them you do sales for 10 years, and in the other one you do marketing for 10 years, how are you different? How are these two Utsavs different?
So I think, and I know that all the marketing folks hearing is going to kill me. A research guy with sufficient time can do marketing. A marketing guy without research experience and sufficient time will not be able to do research, because research is ground up, right? You have to understand the problem. You have to design the survey instrument or the discussion guide if it's qualitative. You have to go to ethnography. You have to go out in the field. You have to collect your data. You have to know that data will have problems and incomplete data and biases and everything. Versus a person who does marketing, unless, having said that, someone has run Google ad campaigns themselves, someone has run FB ads, Meta ads themselves from scratch, then I would say they have a much better hold on some of the marketing fundamentals, right? Which is why some of the best companies in India put their marketing folks through a sales stint, right? FMCG companies, first 2-3 years, go do sales, right? All your fanciful notions about how a brand is built and a business is run, that's why they say distribution is king, and they say it for a reason, because they've done sales and they know that for everything we can do, it comes down to, brass tacks of business.
So, in these early years of working, what was your story about yourself?
So my story about myself is that I get to understand why do people do what they do. And that is a lot of fun, because it often sometimes helps me understand myself. One of the most interesting clients I worked for was Turner International, which runs Cartoon Network and Pogo. And my God, have you designed a research instrument for a child? Everything every single fundamental and principle is out of the window. And to make a child sit for 10 minutes and respond to a survey, and to any of the parents listening, you know what I'm talking about, is so hard. Right? Because one, you are going in the daytime when the child is back from school and he or she is wanting to watch cartoons. You have turned up at their house and say, hello, please help me answer the survey. The parent is very diligently trying to push the child to do it. And again, whatever knowledge you have gained till now is out of the window. So you are wrong so many times in research that is also an experience to say that you don't understand enough about the world. And I think in a lot of other fields, there are known unknowns. In research, there are unknown unknowns. And once you understand the magnitude of unknown unknowns we are dealing with, I think it's a great foundation to sort of further funnel your curiosity into something else.
Can you give me an example of insights you got from your work in market research which really surprised you, or, which were big TIL moments for you?
Yeah. So I did some work around 2016 or 17. That time, the men having beards thing had really taken off, right? And we did an understanding. So whenever we want to understand popular culture, we look at 3 things in India: Bollywood, cricket, religion. Right? Whatever happens in Bollywood, cricket, religion is a very good reflection of what's happening in the country. So we started seeing that, cricketers, someone like Virat Kohli, Varun Dhawan, not sorry, Varun Dhawan, Shikhar Dhawan, having a beard, right? Film stars now coming in. Shah Rukh Khan, who used to be clean shaven for the longest time, came up with a couple of those looks. And you're seeing that those cultural flows are happening. Then we try to understand that, where are these cultural flows coming from, right? Is it ingrown? Is it Hollywood? So there was some amount of import happening from Hollywood also, right? But so those are well and fine. But the most important thing which we had to sort of see was that, is it a trend or is it a fad? Because the company we were working with said that we want to establish that should we invest into building a brand for beard and makeup of beard and stuff.
So fad basically you're saying comes and goes, and a trend stays.
Trend stays. Yeah, that's really the difference. That a trend would stay for a reasonable amount of time for a company to invest and make some money of it. So it could stay for 10 years, 20 years. A fad probably stays for 2-3 years and it sort of goes away. Right. So we of course had to get down to why is this trend coming up. Now, this you can't really do through surveys. You need to do qualitative interventions and depth interviews with people and group discussions. And I was happy with the insight, but sort of disappointed with the insight as well, is that it went on the idea of masculinity, but it went in the way that till a certain generation of men, they knew what exactly being a man was. Right? They were not challenged by women in the workplace. But 2016-17, by that change had already was in place. There were women in the workplace in sufficient numbers. And so many men felt that they could not do anything to differentiate themselves from women. And they felt that, growing a beard or presenting themselves in a certain way makes them look more authoritative and powerful. Right? So it broke my heart. I am saying that it's a very interesting cultural trend. But I was kind of sad to find this insight coming out.
Was this someone's analysis or the men themselves were saying this?
So you have to ladder up to some of these things, right? And the laddering up is always a little tricky because you can always confuse a hypothesis for an insight, right? So what you would do is that you would build a bunch of hypotheses, run it as separate, statements in a survey, and then run regression on it, right? Because these are not stated preferences, they are revealed preferences, right? So this is sort of one thing which came out, and because they were sort of struggling to get an edge over women, and statistically there have been studies to say that women tend to be more efficient workers as compared to men. Now that was a bit of a disturbing insight for me personally, that, and while male ego being fragile is not a new thing at all, but to see it play out in these ways was a little tricky. And that is where we hypothesized, and again, there were other pieces of data which I can't talk about, but hypothesized that this is going to stay. This is not a trend which is sort of going to go away immediately. We expected it to last for at least 5 to 7 years, and it has clearly lasted where we are. So we definitely at least got that one right. The other interesting bit which came out was amongst older men. And when I say older men, these are men in their late 30s, early 40s, is that for them, beard matters because the sum total of hair on their face, which is their head and their face, should remain constant. So you will see a lot of men who are balding will start growing beards, whereas a lot of men who have sufficient hair may or may not grow beards. Right? So this is another very interesting thing which sort of came out. We could not really go down to understand why it's happening. We somehow could not really land on a strong... We had a few hypotheses, but nothing really panned out in confirmation. So yeah, those kind of things happen.
Did you study global beard trends? Because my sense of the Indian beard trend was it really started with hipster beards in the US and then came out here, and then it just kind of continued. So I always thought that was the...
So there was a cultural import, as I said. Hollywood was an example from where it started out. But what we see also is that in India, cultural trends go from north to south. Right? The north is always the first to adopt cultural trends. The south is much slower to adopt some cultural trends. Whereas in the south, a mustache is a very common thing. Right? But the beard was not always. And when we started seeing it in the south, we felt it had to go deeper than just cultural flows coming in from.
It came first in the south and then in the north, you're saying?
No, it came first in the north and in the south, which is where the cultural flow theory from Hollywood to north makes complete sense.
Yeah.
Right? But when it percolated out in the south is where we actually had a stronger sense of this is going to stick around. Because the south doesn't adapt to a lot of these cultural things very fast for good reasons. of its own. So that's where sometimes, these insights, really surprise you. One other insight which I had was looking at characters of children cartoons, the most popular ones. So that time, Chota Bheem was super popular, much to the frustration of parents. Shinchan is extremely popular, and he's an extremely loud-mouthed, foul-speaking child. And we sort of mapped all these personalities, on the archetypes, on human archetypes. And we noticed that all characters in cartoons, at least during that time, they were essentially an archetype which had no care for the external world, did not interact with the external world, because that's what exactly a child is. Now, the beauty of this insight is it is obvious when you hear it, but then you suddenly see that all the successful ones are literally this character. They are just different versions of it. They don't care what the parents have to say. Even Chota Bheem, who's a very good kid, the entire show revolves around what he thinks, he feels, doesn't care what Chutki has to say or what any other character has to say. Right? Now, the moment you take this insight to a client, the lens of a client to think of which show to acquire suddenly changes. Because most of them are not building their own content, they're all acquiring content. Right? So they know that, hey, this is a safer bet than X, which probably doesn't fit this archetype. It has its downfalls. Any of such analysis does have its problems. But that was again something which I found fascinating, which came out of our work.
But there's a danger there that they then acquire only shows featuring that particular kind of character, and then that becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy because, of course, kids like that character because
there's another thing which happens, which is where the demand supply kicks in. Ultimately, only the people who have money will acquire these characters. The rest will get left out. The lower rung channels will pick up those characters, and sometimes they will come up and then break that trend.
Great.
Right? For example, the more popular set of people today are Motu Patlu, who don't fit that archetype at all. But they're extremely popular amongst kids now, overtaking what Chota Bheem used to be at some point. Right? So there will always be those things, and which is why I'm saying that you are wrong so often in what you're doing that it grounds you a lot more.
So, were you traveling all this time, all these years, while you were sort of working also? Like, how did you view your leisure time, your urge to travel?
So I think the urge to travel was definitely always there. And the good part about research is that because you used to travel for field work, you used to at least see a lot more of India and sometimes even Myanmar and countries like Nepal, where I've been. I feel it was also the time where, after the first 4 or 3 years, I had paid off my education loan. So I had some money at hand. And I took my first international trip after I started working, which we went to Turkey with a couple of friends. And it was a very Zindagi Na Milegi Dobara trip because we were just three guys, And in some parts we had rented a car and it was just a lot of fun. And I think that's where I started to realize, my specific attractions towards architecture. Because Turkey is gifted in terms of, the confluence of Europe and Asia, and there's so much happening. And it also was the first time where my entire notion of what food is changed, not because of it being a meat-heavy country, and I grew up vegetarian. I'm not vegetarian anymore. But we went to this restaurant, I think it's called Sia, but I don't remember it well enough, where the food was great. And when we came to dessert, we asked him, what desserts do you have? He said, I only have one dessert, and that is a dessert made of brinjal. Okay, and as an Indian, the idea of a dessert made of brinjal sounds just ridiculous. And I was like, well, how bad can it be? So we got it. It was a brinjal which had been cooked in sugar syrup for 3 days or 5 days.
Oh my God.
And it was served with white butter or cream. I don't remember very well. That dessert completely blew me away. It was one of the best desserts I've eaten in my life. And that completely shattered my notion of what food can be. And that trip was seminal for me because, one, I had taken a trip with my friends after such a long time. And we had finally had some money to spend. And we only spent 2 weeks in Turkey. We did not go anywhere else. Not because we had discovered slow travel, but because every additional visa is painful as on Indian passport. So you are like, you got one, let's just sort of go with it. So that trip is where I think my ideas of travel started to really, form. And somewhere they were, kept bubbling up, sort of kept going down. I went back to old ways of trying to rush through places once in a while. And then, when you are going for work, sometimes you always get in sort of urge to, oh, I'm going that far. Let me take 2 days off and, extend and see some stuff. But every time I came back, that from trip was just not satisfying, Sure, I ate some good food. I saw a couple of places. But again, if someone asked me how the trip was, I'll say it was fun. I couldn't describe it. And it should be apparent by now that I love to talk, but I couldn't really talk about it. And that's where I feel that there's a break in the matrix. Something is not right. And in 2016, after my stint in China, I went to Kenya for some work. And I got to spend a day and a half in Masai Mara, the Masai Mara sanctuary with the tribe. And we, of course, went on safaris. Now, the thing about safaris is that if you've never been to a safari, the idea of driving around 1.5 days just to see animals sounds a little insane. And you say that I'm going to get bored out of my mind. And then you go there, and after 1.5 days, you tell yourself, I should have extended this to 3 days. Because that is a time where nothing happens for hours altogether. And then suddenly you will drive to a point where you see a leopard taking a deer kill and sitting on a branch. And that is like right here, which is probably about 15 feet from where you are, right? And when you see that nature in its elemental form, and that leopard has absolutely zero fucks to give about you. And then you start seeing, and then you see National Geographic sort of come alive, right? You've seen National Geographic growing up as a child. You suddenly see these hundreds of zebras. You see the wildebeest trying to cross a river. You're seeing there's a crocodile there. So it just suddenly sort of, comes alive. And you realize that because you are sitting there and you have absolutely nothing else to do, you are observing. And you are seeing so many things and observing those minute behavior of animals that now if you've ever seen a wildebeest crossing, which especially when they have to come down a hill and cross a river, they would, really, really stand there for 10, 15 minutes, hours altogether. But because no one has taken the plunge. And then it requires one wildebeest to take a plunge and then everybody just follows him. Right? To see that happen in front of you.
Reference cascade.
So is just something which you realize that if you were impatient and you had walked away from that spot, but you didn't because, the safari owners know that, this is the behavior of the animals. You would have missed out on seeing one of the greatest migrations which happens in the world. And that's when you start realizing that there is no value in hurtling at 100 kilometers an hour. It's not going to do you any good. Because the world as is too large for you to see. But whatever you see, you should see it with an intensity that you remember it. You will, of course, not remember everything. But I remember I was in 2015, I spent about 3 weeks in Argentina. I had a very, very kind boss who understood that this is the time of life you should do this. She liked travel herself, so I think it became a little easier. And I got 3 weeks off, exhausted my entire vacation. And I was in Patagonia. And I don't think I've seen that beauty ever in my life in all these years of travel. Maybe some parts of Himalayas come close, but I am still stupefied by how beautiful the Argentinian part is. I've not even been to the Chilean part of Patagonia. I'm just talking about the Argentinian part. And the point which I returned to, which we discussed a little while ago about human kindness and generosity, that we were in the wine region of Mendoza, and we were driving about 4 hours in a bus to the Andes mountains, and we decided that we'll go to the lowest peak, which is Confluencia, I think so. So a 4-hour hike. And the only smart thing we had done, we had taken a guide. So we had gone in December, which is peak summer in Argentina. Days are long, sunsets at 10 p.m. You have a whole day to hike. We went reached the summit. We were about 15 minutes from the summit. We didn't reach the summit. 15 minutes from the summit. It had started to snow heavily suddenly. The weather turned. We were not prepared for snow. We were prepared for cold. We were prepared for rain. We were not prepared for snow because there's absolutely no forecast. But that's just how weather in the mountains works. And one of our friends, she started losing body heat very quickly. Her body was turning cold. So we realized that we have to head back. There's no way we can even stay in 15 minutes and come back. And when, we were coming back, because this was so sudden, there were a bunch of mules who were also coming down. They were spooked. So it's like we were coming down, what is Kacha Rasta? I don't know what is Kacha Rasta called in English. A dirt track. And those mules came charging down. We were in the path of the mules. One of the friends was a little away, so she was okay. The one who was having hypothermia, probably, I don't know what it was. And I managed to jump on another dirt track right next to it where they were not coming. One of my friends was bang in the middle of it. Literally the last second, our guide realized. He jumped. He did a hand-waving motion in which they turned their path. Otherwise, I don't know what would have happened to my friend. Now, one would say that, of course, he's a guide. He has to take care of you. That's his job. But he also was putting himself a certain amount of risk. Because while, of course, he was trained to handle this, but there are no certainty in how these things turn out. Right? And we got down. We were okay. We went bus back. He kept checking on us till we reached our hostel. Right? He called us the next day and checked on us again that are we okay now? And so on. This is beyond hospitality and services. This is the kind of things which people do for you. In Bosnia, for the most part, when I went outside the larger cities, there was very limited public transport. So there were times I hitchhiked. And I had to climb this peak called Umoliani, which is a village called Umoliani, which is one of the most remote villages in the country. And the village is so remote that there are no shops in the village. There are only some 8 houses. That's it. I hopped 3 towns and was trying to get something there, but literally nobody goes there. Right? I met a Bosnian family who took a 8-kilometer detour to drop me to the village because they knew no one is going to come. He also told me that these are the 2 guest houses in this village. Go to this one. This has an old lady. She's a very nice person. She'll give you a house. He came with me. He spoke to her, explained my situation, and then only he went back home. And he was with his family, so he was not alone by himself. He didn't have to do it, but he did it. And that is what makes me so hopeful about the world and the future. That, there is so much goodness inherent in people that if they see someone, who's struggling for whatever reason, they will go out of their way to help you in whatever means and resources they have. Another example is not my own experience, but when I was in Uzbekistan and I met a cyclist who was traveling in Central Asia for 3 months. He was cycling to Central Asia. He, in fact, is from Bangalore. And he was in Tajikistan for a month. And when most of these people cycle, they would usually carry tents or something. He was a little extreme. He said that I have to reach the next village. It doesn't matter how far it is. And because this is the Pamir Mountains and Pamir Highway, which is very sparsely populated, the people he met were very poor. And he said that over the 30 nights he cycled in those mountains, only once was he denied a place to stay in the first house he knocked. And almost in every place, he had to argue with people to accept some sort of money from him. That please take this money, you have given me a place to stay, you have given me food. And he spoke some Russian, so they always sort of came back and told him that you are a traveler on the road. It is our duty to do the best we can with what we have. We cannot accept money from you. Right? These guys are not getting anything out of helping him out. Right? There are no social media posts to make. There is no story to brag about. But when you see this kind of incredible kindness from people, right? And we are all coming from third world countries. So we are not the typical white privileged people who might get an advantage, right? And if you ever worry about the state of world safety, please go on the internet read travel blogs of single women travelers. They have had fantastic experiences. Of course, they've had bad experiences. I'm not going to deny that. But most of them had such good experiences. Tells you that the world is still largely, a good place. And I hope it stays that way.
Just now you were saying we're all evil. You keep flipping like a switch. No, but I remember a story Prem Panikar once told me, and I'll try to remember it correctly. I think I have the gist of it if I get it, even if I get any details wrong, that he was on this great walk with Paul Salopek and others. So it was part of that walk. I don't know if he was with Paul at the time, but he and
Out of
compatriots.
Eden Walk.
Yeah, so he and compatriots were walking somewhere and they came to this little village, and this person said, "Hey, why don't you come to my hut and I'll make lunch for you?" And they go, and the guy disappears. And an hour passes, 2 hours pass, and nothing's happening. The guy isn't there. They're wondering, ki, like, what the fuck is going on? And then eventually the guy comes back holding a chicken. And what had happened was he wanted to give his guest chicken. So he had to first go to the money lender, borrow money, and then get the chicken, and then he brings it back to cook it for these people. And I'm like, what the fuck? And yeah, I mean, how many people do this? It makes you, it makes me feel ashamed for what I am. Like, would I do this? Would I borrow money to feed someone? Which is just a sort of a wild hypothetical. But while we are at food, I have questions about that as well. And so in my days playing poker, I often used to go to Macau. And Macau has magnificent food because it is, of course, part of China, but at the same time, it was once colonized by Portugal. So you have this wonderful confluence of different kinds of food there, some of which seem almost Goan in their taste because, of course, common rulers in Portugal at different times. And all the freaking Indians who would come with me would only want Indian food. Right, so wherever you go, they're looking for that one Indian stall at a food court, and etc. etc. And I even missed a flight once because on the last day, this bunch of people said, "Ki, we had an evening flight." They were like, "Indian jagah mein lunch khate hai." I said, "You fuckers, you can have dinner there in India. We are going there. Calm down." And they're like, "No," and we went out of the way and we missed our flight. So long kind of story. But my question here is that at one level, it is natural for people to be resistant to new food experiences because their palates have been shaped and conditioned in a particular way, and anything outside that just stays bad to them. Like Indians will often find European food bland because their palate has an Overton window for spice, as it were, right? And some food that is allegedly bland would lie outside that Overton window for spice. And I'm guessing that for everybody's palate, there is a window within which it functions. So, and people like me are maybe lucky that it's kind of wider, and probably the good fortune of my childhood also when I ate in a diverse way. But is that when you would travel, did you have to gradually train your palate to appreciate other kinds of food? And in the particular context of, your being vegetarian to begin with and turning non-vegetarian, what was that first experience like? Because something that I often wonder about is when a vegetarian is having their first non-veg meal, they have no frames of reference to even be able to understand what are they tasting. So what was that whole experience for you? One, in this limited context of eating non-veg for the first time, and two, in just cultivating that mental openness to different cuisines and different kinds of flavors.
So I'll answer the second question first, that it does take a certain amount of unlearning and relearning when you want to cultivate a new taste. And even with that, some things are incredibly hard to accept. Now, this may sound very illogical in terms of differentiation, but I was in China and I was able to eat frog and snake, but I was not able to eat an insect. If you give me an insect on a stick, right, you give me a scorpion or a cockroach or a cricket or something, I wasn't able to eat that. Now, technically, you could ask, if you could eat a frog, you can eat a cricket. What difference does it make to you?
How did the frog taste?
So I think both frog and snake did not have particular tastes of their own. I think they largely absorbed tastes of whatever they were stir-fried in.
So they were chickenish in that sense.
Chickenish in that sense, but the texture is quite different. So I felt snake was a lot softer like crab, and frog was more chewy, like not well-cooked mutton chewy, right? So I think it does take some amount of training your mind. It's not really your palate, it's your mind which you need to train to accept new foods. I'm going to make a slightly tangential point about language. There's a beautiful book called Language of Food. As always, I forget the author's name. I think it's Jan Duravsky, where, he talks about that how our experiences of how we live changes how we understand and describe food. So, because fermentation is a big part of Southeast Asian cuisine, and there were times where refrigerations was not available, and even now a lot of places electricity issues are there. But for a certain generation of Chinese people, they're losing the language of how food ferments from one day to the other, how it sours, and what can you cook with that sour food. That is going away because they're now buying from supermarkets, right? So in that sense, language and food are also so intertwined. And in fact, the episode which landed just yesterday is called Sex, Drugs and Gobi Manchurian, right? And essentially talks about how when we think of eating at expensive restaurants, when we talk of desserts, we use metaphors of sex. Oh, it was luscious. It was, it was an orgasm on the plate. But the moment you talk about inexpensive food or you talk about fast food, use the metaphor of drugs. Oh, it's a high, it's my drug, it's my fix of choice, right? And then, of course, he goes into some reasons of why this could possibly happen. So, in terms of food, some of the conditionings are visual, and some of the conditionings are more the feel in your mouth. So, one of the most popular things to eat in China is chicken feet. Visually, I can't do it. Whereas for me, eating crickets or scorpions is not as visual as it is the feel of it, because they have crunch.
You've tried both?
I have tried a fried spider once in Cambodia, and it is a terrible experience because I ate half and I just puked out most of it. I just could not stomach it. And this is despite the fact that frying a spider actually removes all the hair and everything. So it's a fairly, thing to eat. But Amit, unconditioning ourselves for something which has been drilled down to us for years is very hard with food. Because in a country like India, food is not just gastronomical, it is identity linked. Right? And it may not be the taste which revolves you as much as the idea of it which revolves, which is why I said conditioning the mind and conditioning the visual senses are two different things about food. And when I think of my experiences of having, tried various things, I have not been able to eat a snail because in my head, it will have soil. Of course, it's cleaned. Of course, all the soil is removed. But because in my head, a snail crawls the way it crawls, there would be soil and I feel I would get those crunchy dirt bits in my mouth. On to the first experience of eating non-vegetarian food, I prefer the word meat over non-vegetarian, but that's a more accepted way. So I just
non-veg is, I think only in South Asia do people say non-vegetarian.
I think it's more of an India thing. It's not even a South Asia thing.
Yeah.
We're doing a disservice to other Southeast Asian nations.
We are being linguistically hegemonic by even making the suggestion that this is South Asian. I apologize to my friends in Pakistan and
Bangladesh and Sri Lanka and
exactly.
Nepal also.
Yeah.
So for me, it was driven out of curiosity. So this is where sometimes I like that my rational part of my brain wins. So my thing was that 80% of the world eats this. How bad can it be? That's literally my thought. And though having said that, I did not eat the best chicken because this was hostel mess chicken, which knowing how hostel messes in India operate. But I tasted it and I liked the texture of it. I didn't find it revolting. And because it was cooked in Indian spices, so the taste is not very different. And what chicken we eat anyways is so broiler chicken that it doesn't have an inherent taste of its own.
Exactly.
Right? So it didn't feel, sort of what. Where I genuinely felt a difference in taste and flavor was mutton. I think mutton has distinctly different...
Did you like it?
Yes, I actually liked it. And to this day, I would prefer well-cooked mutton over chicken, whether it's a biryani or a gravy. Because I just feel it's more flavorful. And again, it could be a bias. I don't really know if it is.
And pork?
Pork really blew up for me for the first time when I tasted pork fat. Because it has an incredible flavor. And I think also it's an acquired taste. But again, so is Karela. So, well, who are we to say what is not an acquired taste?
I like both pork and Karela, but yeah.
Yeah. So next time, Amit, I'll come to your house. You please cook Karela in pork fat, and then we'll have it and see how it comes out.
That's actually a good experiment.
You
Combining
anyways
the
fry
two.
Karelas, right? So why not in pork fat?
Why not in pork fat? Yeah. And I do save all the pork fat from my bacon and, use it with other things. So why not Karela?
Why not Karela? So I think, and that had experienced the first time in Meghalaya. And of course, it's a lament I have as of now that I have not really sampled much of northeastern India cuisine, because each state has so much to offer. My cuisines in India are still very mainland India cuisines, and not those. So I think it's a slow learning curve when it comes to food. I remember outside of Indian food, the first time I ate anchovies in Italy, the first bite was revolting. I mean, like, this is so salty and this is so fishy, right? And I didn't grow up I grew up in a vegetarian household, and seafood was never the choice to begin with, right? It went from chicken to mutton, and then seafood eventually came somewhere in the radar. And if you're not used to dried fish and the smell and the flavor of it, it's a very hard thing to get used to. Even now, I'm not very comfortable eating it. If given an option, I would avoid it. So I feel that a lot of it is conditioning. Some of it happens naturally. Some of it you have to, put yourself through it, because once you start, liking it, pork fat, for example, or pork, for example, we just had a very nice pork topping pizza for lunch. Once you start to like it, it suddenly just opens up another, way of eating food. And then your travel becomes so much simpler. I think one of the recommendations I always give to people who are vegetarian is that I understand you don't want to eat meat for various reasons. But if you can open your mind to eating egg, it really, really simplifies travel, because egg is almost available everywhere universally. And that's one tip. And the other tip, which I always give for vegetarian travelers, is that, if you are traveling to a place where you're pretty sure you're not going to get Indian food, Bosnia was an example. It's very hard to get Indian food in Bosnia. Is that I always carried a biryani masala with me, because you will always find rice, you will always find curd, you would find onions and tomatoes, and can substitute with aloo if you want, or put tofu or anything. You can still make a pretty decent Indian tasting meal. And if you are staying in an Airbnb or a hostel for 2-3 days, that could be your meal, and you can get your fix of spices and vegetarian food. And it has served me really, really well, because as an Indian, my ability to meat also has constraints, because I cannot just eat a steak 3 days in a row. I can eat for a day, I'll love it. Maybe day 2. Day 3, I'm like, I can't eat this. I need carbs with it, or I need veggies with it, right? So there were also times where I got overwhelmed with the amount of meat I could consume, and I said, hey, listen, I just want something very desi, comforting, right? Pulses have started to make an entry into many supermarkets globally.
You've spoken about dehydrated Indian foods.
Oh, yes.
That I didn't realize, so kindly explain.
Yes, so dehydrated Indian food is my salute to my adapted homeland of Gujarat, where the Gujaratis have figured this out with a very enterprising people, who essentially, there are places and services where you can cook your own food, you can give it to them, they would dehydrate it and give it to you in powder form. All you need to do is add hot water, cook it for a couple of minutes. And I've had pav bhaji in Patagonia. Pav bhaji in Patagonia also sounds like a nice title for a food book.
It alliterates, so why not? Yeah.
In fact, on speaking of alliteration, the book which I wrote during my
Butter Paneer in Madagascar. Since we're alliterating.
It has a less food title.
Yeah.
Because at the top of that hill, which was getting demined, there was an old destroyed monastery. And the book is called Monastery in a Minefield. So again, alliteration. But pav bhaji in Patagonia was made possible thanks to this dehydrating technology, which a friend of mine knew about, and she got it. So that's an excellent way for you to travel. It's much healthier than the packed foods which you get of MTR and all these things, because they're of course loaded with preservatives.
But pav bhaji means you're basically dehydrating the bhaji, right?
Of course. Bread you will get anywhere, right?
Correct. Yeah.
So only carry the essentials. Why do you carry something else? You can get onions to chop with it, lemons you can get.
Yeah.
You can always do that. Butter you will get.
So it's all mishmash things which you can get dehydrated, because anything solid won't retain its form, obviously.
But most of solid stuff is starch anyways, right?
So it's available. Yeah.
It's available anyways. Yeah. And all the sabzis which you cook will be in a matched form at the end of it, pretty much.
Yeah. By the time they are in your
stomach. By the time they are in the stomach. So I think that works out well. And so right from the experience of eating that brinjal dessert in Turkey to seeing insects in China, and of course experiencing pork, right? I'm going to make a very, very massively biased statement, and that is a hill I'm prepared to die on. You cannot have more culinary diversity than you have in India.
That's actually extremely non-controversial because to me it feels like it's obviously true, right?
No, but the thing is that as an Indian, you might feel it's obviously true, but a lot of people are willing to contest that.
Mm.
Again, I don't know how much of the exposure they had. Sure, you can find sometimes more complex foods, maybe in Iran or Persia, where they really go to great lengths to cook some of the foods. But again, we have also taken so much culturally from those parts of the world. And I think you need a lifetime just to eat food in India, right? And it's just amazing that no matter what your dietary preferences are, in any part of India, you can always find something to eat. And that kind of luxury, I always say that please take the effort of seeing our own country. And I mean, I of course travel wherever I can, but I always make it a point to travel in India every single year, because you can't have this much diversity of landscape, architecture, food, culture, music, dance forms at the cost which you can travel India versus the cost of traveling in the Western world. It's incomparable. I mean, if I were to create a rank of the best places to travel, keeping in 5, 10, 15 parameters, I can see India easily ranking the top 5, if not the first.
Yeah, and the remarkable thing is for people who want to go traveling and experience new cultures and new cuisines and etc., you just have to walk out of your own freaking front door. Like my friend Kumar Anand, he runs this great Twitter feed on Bihar, and he introduced me to the saying, "Coast coast pe badle pani, char coast pe wani." Your dialects are just changing every 4 kilometers. I remember me and a bunch of friends, we did a food trip where we rented a bus, 15 of us, and we went through Mysore and Mangalore. And and the remarkable thing about these places is that you could be parked in a particular spot knowing that within a square kilometer of you you'll get 4 different kinds of biryanis from with 4 completely different heritages, which are all authentic to that location, right? In this, so it's just so rich and so kind of mind-blowingly diverse. And one of the sort of laments I often have, and I absorbed this in myself and strongly castigated myself for it when I was touring Pakistan in 2006, is ki wahan pe, because I was live blogging and all that, I was looking at everything with these eyes which are finding significance in everything. You'll see a milestone and you'll be like, it'll be significant. Aap photo खींच रहे हो, बंदा चाबी बेच रहा है, रास्ते पे आप photo खींच रहे हो, and etc. All that shit is happening. But in your own country, you've kind of normalized everything. Like literally, when I say seen and the unseen, for all of us, pretty much of our own country is basically unseen, in the sense that, if you're in a car at the traffic signal, you don't see the people who are outside, who are on the, that middle divider, and etc. And you've pointed this out, I think, in the context of Bombay itself, like Sakinaka and
Exactly.
just, So tell me about some of your more local discoveries which took you by surprise and which had you thinking, like, why didn't I see this all this time?
Right. So Sakinaka, I'll begin with Sakinaka. This place has a special place in my heart, because I think if you want to turn Zen, the fastest way is to live at Sakinaka. The traffic will turn you Zen and allow you to accept that there is not much in the world you can change. But so Sakinaka, actually, if you go to Sakinaka and see what the Naka is actually called, it's called Datta Samant Chowk. Now, who is Datta Samant? Datta Samant is, or rather was, a labor leader in the mill movements of the 60s and the 70s in Bombay, right? Now, once you start opening that chapter of Bombay, right, you understand what the mill movement was about. You start to understand who Indian communists were. You start to understand, where did Bal Thackeray come from? Where did Shiv Sena come from? How did all of that culminate to what happened in Bombay in 1992? And how has it changed the fabric of the city? And why today all of these mills becoming fancy offices or malls is such a different change of the landscape? And who those mills actually belong to? Who holds the moral rights to, those lands outside of the economic rights to those lands? And that thing alone you can do by just walking to Sakinaka, which I would have done thousands of times in my 10 years of living there. So sometimes it's just about getting out and figuring out, hey, why is this place called this place? I mean, also to any listeners in Bangalore, if you can tell me why is Sarjapur Road called Sarjapur Road, because I don't know. I live on Sarjapur Road. I still don't know why it is called Sarjapur Road. So that's the first thing, right? You don't really need a lot of time and money to slow travel. A lot of people come back and say, boss, I don't have 1 month. I know you don't need 1 month. You can slow travel in one day. Just go to one place and spend your time there and understand what this place is. Why is it like that? The other example, which happened very recently to me, is I was on a trip. I'm researching for the book I'm writing right now in Rajasthan. It's a village called Bhadaria. Now, Bhadaria on the map feels like one of those. India has 6 lakh villages, right? What is so remarkable about that place? So that place has a temple of a social reformer from Punjab who eventually settled in Rajasthan. And the interesting bit is that prasad in that temple is toffee.
Wow.
Right? So one of the fascinating things about India is that, in fact, one of the things I definitely going to do on the podcast is the different kinds of prasads which are served in India. You will get everything from meat to alcohol to, toffees, for example. But that tangential bit aside,
Who gives you alcohol?
there are mandirs where you sort of give the alcohol as a chadava and you get part of it back. I don't remember the names as of now. And of course, there are visa temples where you go and pray to get a visa and so on. So there is a library right next to that temple, which is 16 feet underground. Now the question is, first of all, why is the library underground? What was the problem in creating the library overground? So very close to Bhadaria is Pokhran, where the Indian military conducts its missile tests, right? And some of those missile tests send out vibrations which go quite far, travel through the land. So the person who was creating the library said that I want this library to exist for much, much longer than what buildings around this area exist. Hence, to make it safer, I will create it underground. Okay. This library is not very old. It's actually still being stocked with books. But the library is so large that it stocks 9 lakh books. 9 lakh books in a random village in Rajasthan. Why? Now, this guy was a social reformer. He passed away in 2010. And he was smart enough to understand that he needs to build a trust so that the money he has collected for the library is not misused. The library is still not open to public. But if you go there and request, they will show you the library. The library is so large, it has such long corridors, and additionally, it has put mirrors at the end of it to create an even more sort of sense of losing direction, that we actually lost our way in the library. About 2,000 people can sit in that library and study at one point in time, because the social reformer who did it believed that that education is a right for everyone and no one should be denied education just because they don't have resources. Which is why this library is not in a city. And it has books on psychology, on history, on geography, on law, on politics, everything.
You've been there.
I've been there. I went down to the library. And it has books in Hindi also. So it's not just English, right? It has books on Italian geography. It has books on German history. So, of course, his intention was that I want to build the repository of the world's knowledge in this library. That was the lofty aim, which I am sure he knew is not possible. But just to undertake something of this scale with your own money, when you know that you could have built a legacy for the sake of building a legacy in far more obstinate ways, that man is my hero. And this is what I love about India, that there are these aspects of the country which you discover, which just give you so much heart. It gives you so much hope that there are in this day and age people who think in a certain way, who think of the greater good, who are not trying to fleece you in the garb of religion or spirituality or anything else. Their village is 9 kilometers from the highway, and then all the 9 kilometers has gaushalas which actually keep cows who are very old, who can't give milk anymore, or bulls for that matter, who will move to a slaughterhouse. Right? It's a great service, right, to the animal kingdom as well. So that was one place which took me by surprise. Another place was from about 1.5 hours from Jaisalmer. There is a temple. Like most Indians would have this idea of Kul Devi, that who is your family's goddess, and the Kul Devi there is called Tanot Mata. Now Tanot Mata The miracle of Tanut Mata, as it is called, is that this place is about 20 kilometers from the India-Pakistan border. And during the 1965 war, there was heavy shelling in that region. And the 300 odd bombs which fell in that temple did not explode. So you enter the temple, straight ahead you see there is the goddess. On the right side are unexploded bombs put in display.
Which could explode anytime, or
They have been sort of
safe?
detonated. Yeah. The government and the army wouldn't take care of. But the army believed that there was divine intervention, which really sort of helped them, because if that much area had been bombed out, they would have been pushed back further from their posts and their positions, right? So strong is the belief that the border security force maintains that temple. So if you go inside, you will see border security force. They take shift rotations and maintain that temple. And there is a certain, I don't know what it's called. It's like a dome-shaped silver thing which sort of goes on the head of a god or a goddess, which was donated by the commander of the Pakistani army, who said that I also believe that there was divine intervention and this is my gift and my salute to the goddess.
Wow.
Right? And this, by the way, this is not some sort of a secret temple or anything, right? Hundreds and thousands of people go there every day. But we live in such blinkered urban spaces that we have forgotten that there is a beautiful, fascinating India which is out there for us to see. Right? You don't need to go to the obscure Italian town or, that amazing island in Southeast Asia. There is enough and more in this country which will completely blow you away. And that has been one of my advices which I have stayed with for all of my life till now, is that please go take time to see India. There is nothing less fascinating that you can find in the world.
The Bhadaria story is mind-blowing. Like, just to think that in some random remote village, 16 feet under the ground, there is a library where, 2,000 people can sit with 9 lakh books. Like, there's, you could write a post-apocalyptic dystopian novel there. Like, I'm just thinking of it. It's called The Library. And a kid basically crawls into that little thing, and while apocalypse happens, upar, and then the kid comes out and everybody's gone. So now the kid has to reconstruct a vision of the world from the 9 lakh books. I mean, the logistical matters of how it eats and how it survives and etc. we can figure out later. But there's an idea, and I came across this magnificent Instagram account which just kind of blew me away. So it's about interior design, and there'll be this funky voiceover, and the all the animation seems to be AI generated. So it's very funky and it's AI generated, and the voiceover will be like, the first video I saw had a voiceover to the effect of, एक दिन उसने 10 बच्चे पैदा किए, अब 10 बच्चों के लिए वो कमरा कैसे बनाएगी, and then you have details of the descriptions of the room in which 10 kids are staying and all of that, right? And the reason I'm thinking of it is a follow-up to this video, because you said 9 lakh books. The follow-up to this video was, like, this video, if you remember, was एक दिन उसने 10 बच्चों को पैदा किया, right? The follow-up to this video says एक दिन उसने 10 crore बच्चों को पैदा किया, उनके लिए वो कहाँ रहेंगे? And then in this gigantic room, it's showing the scaffolding of different beds and all that, and talking about 100 million बच्चे यहाँ रोज पढ़ाई करेंगे side by side, and it is mind-blowing. I'll link it from the show notes, but people are kind of wonderful. And speaking of big numbers, you also told me about 1 million falcons. So
Yes.
Please tell our listeners.
So all these stories which I'm telling you now in like sort of very superficial ways are going to make it part of the book, right? Because that's where I'll really get into some of the more fascinating details of these things. So there's a village called Pangti in Nagaland, and I think Scroll had done a story on it. I have done a episode on this on my podcast as well. So it sees in October every year one of the world's largest Amur falcon migrations. Right, an estimated 1 million falcons, migrate, and when they migrate together and they fly out in the mornings or the evenings, the sky is just filled with falcons, and I'm sure it's a beautiful sight. I'm looking forward to going in October this year. Now, till very recently, they used to kill about 10 to 15,000 falcons every day and sell them for meat. And this is the story of how the people of that village turned from being poachers to conservationists. Right. And now there are homestays and guest houses where you could go and stay and see. And it's a beautiful part of the country either ways. It doesn't matter whether you go in the Amur falcon migration season or not. And these people are also my heroes, right? Because it takes a lot of courage to say no to a livelihood of yours and make the hard call of earning and building a new livelihood which doesn't come immediately. It's not that it's a switch over that you can get it next day. And it's amazing that, it's always people who live close to the land, who are indigenous communities, have a beautiful understanding of what a relationship with nature is, which has been massively severed by us, living in cities. So one of one of the things I really want to talk about in the book is seeing our natural history or natural heritage as a part of our cultural heritage. I think we've all grown up with the idea of nature and culture being separate, but neither of it emerged in a vacuum. Right? Our culture did not emerge from outside of a natural a vacuum. It all came together. Another example of it is, there's a huge dinosaur fossil park in Gujarat. Hardly people go there. I mean, imagine you are even seeing a fossil of an organism which predated humans. Right, you can actually go and see it. Tell me what in an urban city can you see which is remotely as mind-blowing as seeing a dinosaur fossil is? There are villages in Chhattisgarh which have bhoot festivals, right, where the entire village is supposedly possessed by ghosts on one day of the year. I don't know if it happens, I don't know if it is true, but I definitely want to see it. Right, so the Amur falcon migration, or the dinosaur fossil park, or the Lonar Lake in Maharashtra, right, which was created by after a meteorite impact, and the soil around that still has magnetic properties, and scientists are actually using it to understand what conditions for life can emerge from outer space, because in some parts it mimics the kind of soil structure of outer space. Now you could go to that lake and think of it nothing. This is a lake, but now you know what that lake is, and that suddenly the lake has meaning. So as with life, human life has no purpose. You have to find your purpose, right? Human life is meaningless. Travel in the same way. You have to find the meaning in the place you go, right? Sure, some aspects are just immediately more beautiful to the eye, and that is our idea of aesthetics. But sometimes knowing what that place is attaches so much of heft. And I think I was listening to this episode with Amitabh Kumar, the latest one, where he talks about this is Van Gogh's last painting. The moment you say that, it adds a tone of finality and weight to that painting. Right? Travel is like that. The moment you understand the significance of something, you are not seeing it cross-sectionally. Now you are seeing that thing longitudinally. And the amount of meaning it could have for you, is immense.
And it's amazing how travel gives you this intersection of places and meanings. Like at one level, I could also think that even if life doesn't have meaning, you can still find joy in the living. It doesn't have to have meaning. Similarly, if you're by a beautiful riverside, it can just be what it is for its own sake. But at the same time, you can also have meaning superimposed on it, and that gives an added layer. So, the sort of joys of travel right there. So tell me about the book. I mean, when did this happen, and what happened to the earlier book, boss?
Yes. So I'll just finish the thought on Riverside. A couple of years ago, so I think this is between the first and second wave of COVID, my wife and I, we spent a month in Kashmir, and we were living in Pahalgam, and we found a very old guest house, and we got a good rate on it. We took it for the whole month, and it was right next to a river, and we used to eat our meals there, take our breaks, sit there. That itself was calming, was beautiful. And then the guest house owner told us that the tree you see is the willow tree from which Kashmiri willow comes and from which the best bats in the world are made. Right? Now I remember that river a little more.
Yeah.
Because it has a slightly additional set of meaning for me. Even though I'm not big on cricket, I'm just rediscovering my love for the game right now. But it still has an additional meaning, because now, outside of the beauty of the river, I now also think of the Kashmiri cricket willow. On to the book. So what happened to the first book? So to any publishers listening, that book is written. It definitely needs to be edited. It has 50,000 words. So it's a decent size, smallish paperback book. But I've not touched it in 6 years. But because I have changed as a person, in 6 years, because since it's never the same river, it's a different river every time you go. I'm sure I would change it. But one of the things which I spoke to an author, and she had published about 3 or 4 of books, and which was the hard truth of publishing, is that if you want to publish a book and sell it, you need to have an audience, right? And that is one of the reasons I never pursued that book, because I was like, I don't have an audience. Now, luckily with Postcards, I have an audience, right, who likes my take on travel and listens to the show. So one advice to aspiring authors: please build an audience if you really want publishers to publish and sell your book, or you could just self-publish. I mean, that's another way to sort of go about it. But I feel Amit's expression gives me there's a counter
I have
coming to it.
I have a counter. I disagree with this. I mean, if like Henry Ford did not have an audience for cars, he had an audience for faster horses,
True,
right?
true.
So if and a lot of the authors did not a lot of the great best-selling authors we know today did not necessarily have audiences. It's just that you do what you do, it finds its way in the world and it'll find its audience. Now, it is true that it is far easier to get published
Exactly.
when if you have an existing audience. But it is also true that publishers in India publish a lot. They're playing the volume game. And I was the judge of a literary prize a couple of years back. And we had to read every book every publisher entered for the particular prize. Trust me, there were a lot of them. And most were garbage. Like the jury literally had to ask the prize organizers that do we have to come up with a long list of 10? And
You couldn't come up with a long list?
and apparently the same question had been asked by the jury the year before us. We eventually had to come up with a long list of 10, but left to ourselves, it would have had less than 10. That is, with the quality. And forget the long list. It was still decent. Everything on there was decent. But there would be a long tail of maybe 20-30% of the books published, which were garbage, which didn't even have grammar, which weren't even edited once. I mean, they weren't coherent. So I don't know. My sense is that for any creator, and we should talk a little bit more about creators also. My strong feeling is that for any creator, don't second guess what the audience is. Don't second guess what publishers want, what anybody else wants. You just have to follow your heart and do what you do, and it will find its way. That is the only way. Everybody who achieves excellence does it like that.
I would agree with that assessment. So what I just said was the easier path.
Yeah, true.
But the easier path also requires you to put in the work for years to build an audience. So it's technically not an easier path. It's still a hard path. It's just that you choose to say that what comes first and what comes later.
So, it's very interesting that I'm talking to you because you've taken my thinking in a sense and taken it a little bit further. In the sense, my thinking is that my thinking on this is that I have a principle, and that principle is be authentic and true to yourself, and I take it to the extreme. And therefore, I focus all of my bandwidth on doing the work that I do and literally 0% on marketing or sales. Any advertising you ever hear on my show is people coming to me and saying, hey, can we advertise? I never actually look for anyone. I don't do any marketing, etc., etc. And what you've kind of done is you've gone a step further. Like when we were doing lunch, you were talking about building a category of one, which stays true to my principle, but also, uses it to figure out a rational way of actually acting on it. So tell me a little bit about this category of one.
So, again, I can't take credit for this concept. I read it somewhere, but I've sort of extended it to content projects or passion projects, is to say that you are unique enough as a person that you are a category of one. You just don't see yourself in it. So I'll give you my own example because that's what I can explain best. And maybe Amit, I would encourage you to attempt it for yourself right in this recording.
Right. Oh my God.
Right. So one of my strengths is podcasting. Now that's a narrow term. I will go one step and say writing, because I have a narrative podcast, so I need to write before I do the podcast. I would go one step above and I would say content creation. Right. Other strength which I have acquired over time, and which is why the 6% club, the discussion we had in the beginning, is about discipline, processes, mindsets, and systems. Right? That becomes a second strength I have. Now, just take these two, for example. Create an intersection of the two. The intersection is discipline, systems, habits in content creation. what is what 6% club is. That's literally it. Now, I've been fortunate enough to find someone like Deepak who has a similar overlap. But now try to do this for every single thing you are good at. So create three diagrams, and you will definitely find one in which all three intersect. Now, that is one spot which you are probably ahead of 99.99% of the people. Right? So, if nothing, you start with that and you will excel at it. I would say take a step back, look at the intersection of any of those two things instead of three things. That, of course, by virtue of just being intersection of two things, is a larger space to play in. And that could be a need you could fulfill for someone. The 6% club is a need we are fulfilling for someone because we want more people to put out their content out in the world. And this, by the way, you could apply even in your job. It doesn't have to be only for content or passion projects, right? Pick out, if you want to make a career switch, pick out 2 or 3 things in your job you are really good at. Let's suppose you are really good at sales, right? You are really good at negotiation, right? And you are really good at graphic design, right? You should just start your own graphic design agency. You know how to do the work. You know how to sell. You know how to negotiate. What else you need to run a business? That's really the basics of running a business. So, for everyone who is in a career today, and for everyone who wants to do something of their own, and it doesn't matter. I don't come from any sort of background of people running a business. My parents were professors. My grandfather was a professor. I am in a job. My wife is in a job. My sister. All of us are in jobs. But we believe that with the 6% club, we have something unique to offer. Right? I talk about content creation and travel as another intersection, which is why the book is happening. It's exactly at the intersection of travel and writing. Right? Now, I add it to the layer of discipline that instead of telling it to other people, I'm applying it on myself to make sure I write my manuscript by 15th of December, which is my deadline for this year. So, everyone is a category of one. You just have to put yourself, analyze your strengths, and actually sit down on a pen and paper and create that overlap and see what you're getting. Amit.
So I have 3 circles and I've made 2 of them intersect and land up in a very nice place. So the 3 circles, I guess, are making sense of the world from first principles or root causes. That's circle 1. Circle 2 would be being able to write or communicate in clear language that everyone can understand. And in a sense, that's related to the first because clear thinking and clear writing are related. And the third is creative storytelling. And if I just take the first 2 circles, making sense of the world and communicating it clearly, an intersection would be, let's see, what about a long form podcast where I'm talking to interesting people? And
I would flip it. How about you train CXOs to write and communicate better in the entire flux-filled world we live in, especially in creative industries?
I have a writing course also. They're welcome to sign up.
That is other 2 things. That is a clear writing and the other strength which you mentioned. So you're already working in your strength. You just realized it now that it actually fits the formula or a system.
यार मैं CXO को कुछ नहीं सिखाने वाला यार. I totally get it, and thankfully in the course of doing this exercise, like even everything is everything kind of fits into the communication and making sense of the world space. But I think the third circle of creative storytelling is the one I have ignored the most. So inshallah I shall be able to do more there. And when you're talking about multiple circles intersecting, that also brings me to another thing that you mentioned at lunch that you'd want to sort of double click on once, that when we speak of passions, we are not saying people should only have one passion. And that's an impression many people have. Yeah. I will find the love of my life and that will be my passion. I am passionate about whatever, smoked spiders. But, so you can have multiple passions. You can find ways to kind of do all of them. So would you like to sort of elaborate?
Yeah. So I think the idea of a singular passion is a very misplaced idea, right? Because I think the stories of passion which stand out are the stories of geniuses, right? We talk of Mozart because if you see the film Amadeus, it's a very well-made film, I think. And you see the suffering of Mozart as a person, but everything is centered around his music. Now, I have not read enough about Mozart to know whether he did have any other passions or interests or anything. Maybe he did, maybe he did not. Or maybe if he had, it was not documented enough because his musical genius was, outstanding. But I would say that I don't think I am a genius in any field, right? But I'm good at multiple things. Now, passion essentially is whatever you are good at, you nurture it with time, money, and effort. So you could be, I'm passionate about writing. I've always liked to write. I feel it's a great way to express and put my thoughts and clarify my thinking. At the same time, I am, passionate about travel. You could choose to only focus on travel. You could choose to only focus on writing. You could put them two together and do podcasting like I did, right? There is no idea of singular passion because you are not one person. And to use the most favorite line of this podcast, we contain multitudes, right? So everyone
Wah,
contains.
shabash.
So we all contain multitudes. So the idea that you can have only one passion, and the moment you start getting interested in something, people will sort of, not really pay attention to it because it goes against their idea of their identity, of who they are and who the story of themselves they tell themselves, right? And we were talking about Krish Ashok during lunch, right? He is passionate and good at multiple things, right? Food and music are the two things which I immediately think of, and I'm not very familiar with more of his life, but I'm sure there is more. So, who says you can't do both together, right? So, never ever be restricted by the idea that you only have one passion. You are not a unidimensional person, so you can have multiple passions, and you could have different passions together at the same time. You could have different passions at different points in life. You might be passionate about, Amit probably was passionate about poker till a few years ago. For various reasons, he let go. But that doesn't mean he's still not interested in poker. He might not play it as much or might not play it professionally, right? It's podcasting, it is YouTube. You might go ahead and do something else 5 years down the line. And the idea that we can only be one thing, which is honestly a very Indian idea, I feel somewhere, is an extremely limiting way to think about ourselves. I think we need to love ourselves a little more and say that, I am capable of doing more than one thing. I might choose to do only a few of those, and that's perfectly okay. You should do what you can. But do not limit your own potential, your own life, your own possibilities with the idea of singular passion. I think that's just not existent as a concept, in my opinion.
So Ajay said something really interesting in one of these Everything is Everything episodes, which kind of struck me a lot and had me thinking, which is that, like, number one, his point is we're all going to have not just lifespans, but health spans well beyond 100, right? And he's saying that most people, because of the scarcity of time and perhaps in a country like India of resources as well, think of life as having one track, that you get an education and then you pursue it to its logical conclusion and turn it into a career. So you go to IIT, IIM, Citibank, VP ban gaye, ye ban gaya, retire kar liya, khatam. That is life. And his point is that no, if you are going to live till 120, we can think of life as 20-year chunks in which we learn different things, or in which we learn different things simultaneously and shift the focus at different times. And I think that just the audacity, as it were, the AC, as it were, of thinking of life, with that frame, that I can live multiple lives. I no longer am, circumscribed by, lifespan, etc., etc. It just changes what you do. And the point is, even if you nevertheless live till 60 only, it doesn't matter. That life will still be much fuller than a life where you're living as if you're living till 60.
Yeah. And my analogy for this is like you're running a relay. Your previous self passes on the baton to your next self.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Right? And you cannot complete the race without your previous self existing. So don't blame your previous self. Don't find faults with it. Right? Sure, reflect, have self-awareness. But your current and your future self can only happen with your previous self. And you have to respect your previous self to be able to do the next bits.
Wise words. You know what I'm going to do, Utsav, is I'm going to get transcripts of all your podcasts, scrape all your writings wherever they are.
You don't need to get transcripts. Yeah. I have transcripts of all my podcasts.
Give them all everything that you have ever said or written or spoken will go into this LLM, and from there I will generate a new age AI guru. And, that will be my next revenue stream. So, great words of wisdom. So, I have 4 more questions for you.
But Amit, you will have to do a contract with me if you're using my data for LLM. Google is paying Reddit $60 million. You should pay me something, Amit.
We'll talk about it after the show.
After the show. I think I'll get a pizza and a coffee.
Which you already got. So we are done. Hisab khatam. So 4th last question. For people who want to travel more, and many people will say, "यार, I want to get out more." Many people will say कि यार life में ठहराव चाहिए यार, लेकिन meeting है अभी आधे घंटे में, But people genuinely, I think, are more and more getting it that this pace of life cannot do this fast rhythm of always swiping and clicking and scrolling on the phone cannot do. We are trapped by the infinite scroll. So for people who want to travel more, what advice would you give? How should they approach it? Assume that not everybody would have the luxury of taking a month off at a time, but if you just want to give yourself a chance to soak in that slow rhythm and think in a different way, what advice would you give?
So I look at the scarcity of travel in two ways: time and money. Right? There will be different scarcities at different points in life. When you are younger, it's usually money which you are scarce of. When you're older, your time is what you are scarce. So if you are short on money, right? My first advice of traveling India still stands. Railways are an incredibly cheap way to get around. So are state public transport buses, right? We have shared autos. We have all kinds of local transports available. You want to live cheaply, live in hostel dorms. You can get beds for 300, 400 rupees in some of those cities. You want to go extreme, go live in a dharmshala. You have to live with restrictions. You can't, of course, turn up drunk. But I think it's probably worth the trade-off, if you ask me. Get on to couchsurfing, create a profile, host a few people at your house so that you get some cred. I hosted almost 20 people when I was living in couchsurfing in China. I was living by myself. I said, hey, why not? It's a great way to meet people. And I met travelers from all across the world. I met someone from Uruguay, I met someone from Korea, met someone from Japan and US and France. So that becomes a great way to travel for free. In India, you can eat cheaply. I don't think eating cheaply in India is a challenge at all. You can still eat a meal in 50 rupees in India. I don't think and no matter which city you are in, actually. Right? So if you have less money, I think it's an easier problem. I know it doesn't sound that easy when you are that age, but having been at that age and now at where I am in late 30s, it's a much easier way to travel when you have less money because you could trade off it with time, right? You don't have too much money to stay, take overnight train, sleep on the train, right? You want to really, really rough it out, there are now payable public restrooms you can use to take shower and stuff like that. Another great way to travel, if you are studying or if it's your first job, just go and visit wherever your friends are. You can stay for free, you can eat for free. That's the biggest cost taken care of. Take public transport in the city. You can actually stay for 1 week. Go to Delhi for 1 week. Have a friend, just crash with them. Right? That's the beauty of not being too fussy when you are younger. To those who are short on time, there are 2-3 things I suggest. The first thing I suggest is redesign your life and the priorities. So Shane Parrish of the Knowledge Project, does this annual exercise in which he says that write down the 10 things which you want to do this year and then strike out the bottom 7. Do only 3. If you want to travel, make it a priority. Like for me to able to sustain my reading and my podcast, I almost watch nothing on OTT. Right? Absolutely nothing on OTT. And that, of course, frees up a lot of time. Am I missing out? For sure, am I missing out? Is it worth it? Absolutely, it's worth it to miss out. For those folks who are not married, if you really care about travel, please find a travel partner who loves to travel. I'm very fortunate that my wife probably loves travel even more than I do. So we never have a discussion of should we travel. It's only a question of where are we traveling, right? So if it's a life choice you could make and you get lucky, please find a partner who is at least open to travel if they are not already, traveling, who have the mindset to say that, hey, let's go out and see the world. The third thing is utilize your weekends effectively. If you have kids, I know the weekends are the only time you get, but instead of just spending time with them at home, you could go with them and spend time with them outside, right? All metros in India give you access to things about 4 to 6 hours of driving by car or, by a taxi. A lot of places, which you can see. Tack on 1 or 2 days of leave, you can actually take a flight and do a short 2-day trip. In those 2 days, you can still solo travel. No one is asking you that you should be, seeing 5 things. Just spend 1 day in a safari, 1 day in local sightseeing. That's it. There's nothing else you need to do. You have to be intentional about it. You have to make it a priority. That's the only way it will happen, right? As the way we prioritize our careers over so many other things, or maybe in your stage of life, you might have prioritized health over a lot of other things. The same way you can prioritize travel. It just comes down to How do you want to design your life? So those would be my recommendations for people with scarcity of time or money.
Marvelous. So my third last question is, what would be your advice? See, I'm already turning you into a guru of sorts. What would be your advice, Sri Utsav Shankar, to young creators who will look at you, who will look at, like one, of course, they should sign up with you, but with but the 6%
Club.
club. But regardless, I mean, assume they don't do that. Assume, so what is your advice to them from all that you have learned?
So one of the things I want to tell young creators is that Gen Z is actually far more fearless than millennials are. Right? I like the fact that they don't have too much regard for conventions and rules, and I'm kind of proud of them to that. They're usually doing the right thing. I think as a millennial, I was caught up in conventions for a fair degree of my life. Only now I have broken out of it. But one thing which I know Gen Z cares about is what does their peer group think of them, and which is not unique to Gen Z. Everybody cares what their peer groups think of them. And my advice is nobody really cares about you. Just the hard facts of life, right? Some people will be happy for you. Some people will judge you. Some people will be neutral. Actually, vast majority will be neutral. They don't care. So you should do it because you like doing it. Don't chase a fad. Don't chase a trend, because fads and trends will go. Your motivation will come and go with them. But you can approach content creation in 2 or 3 different ways. One is you don't know anything, but in this process you will learn, which means you will either talk to experts, you could run a podcast, you could interview people, put a newsletter, or you could say that, hey, I'm going to read 3 books about this and I'm going to write about it, right? So use your content creation as a vehicle of learning. It could be a position that you already know something well enough. You probably have spent 2-3 years, and your niche could be as much as I can only afford $100 guitar. I don't know how guitars cost. I'm just putting a number. $100 guitar. What are the top 5 songs I can play with $100 guitar? Which are the easiest chords to play? Right? Just focus on that. Right? No one is asking you to play the 100 greatest guitar solos. That's not needed. So something you are good at, you can teach. So either you can learn through your content creation, or you can teach through your content creation. Right? Or the third way which you can do is just say that the way I live my life is interesting enough for people to vicariously live through me, right? Which is what vlogging is in some ways, right? That could also be, you might be living in a very unique situation. There are YouTube channels today which just document village life, and they have millions of subscribers. So do not assume you could be sitting, my YouTuber friend Abhishek says that, you could be sitting by the window and just describing what's outside your window, and there's an audience for that as well. Right? So you will be surprised the kind of things which have audiences, which you don't think has inherent value, but there is a lot of people who would be very happy to spend their time on it. So these would be my 3 advices that, this is how you can go about content creation. Do not think about what the world thinks, and perfection is your enemy. Please do not ever chase perfection ever in life, in any aspect of your life, right? Unless, of course, you are making a vaccine which could save millions of people, then maybe perfection is a good way or a good goal to achieve. But in content creation, there is simply no perfection. It's more important to be like Nike, just do it. And the fourth and the most important thing, please have fun while doing it. If you don't have fun while doing it, sure, some parts of it will be bad, which will be taxing mentally, physically, right? Anyone who does editing knows that editing is not the most fun thing as a creator. So sometimes you outsource, sometimes you do it yourself or whatever. But please have fun in this process, because you will go through an incredible journey of transformation as a human being in this, right? You do something regularly for over extended period of time, you will really start understanding principles of compounding. And once you understand compounding in one aspect of life, you can see it play out in every aspect of life. So that would be my advice to young creators.
As James Clear says, habits are the compound interest of life. So that's, just forming good habits is everything. And I remember, when I was running a few years ago, and yes, it is true, Utsav, you can't tell looking at me right now,
or the pizza we ate.
Things have gone a little wrong, but I'm going to put them right very soon. But I was running a lot about 4 or 5 years ago. I even finished a 10K at this marathon event at IIT. And I remember, and obviously I geeked out on it once I got into it and read every book on running. And one advice from one of them really stood out. It said that every morning, no matter how you feel like, you will realize that if you go out running, you will never regret it. You will never regret having gone running. And I have the same advice for creators, that you will never regret creating. Like, it's a fucking pain to actually put up the willpower and muster up and, to actually get down to do it. But once you do it, you will never regret it. So it is again, just do it. Just get out there, bias for action.
And this is something I learned in a slightly different way, is I hate exercising, right? And the way I solved it is I can afford to have someone come and have a personal trainer now. And every evening he asks me, whenever our class is scheduled, that can we do it tomorrow this time? And instead of thinking of the painful effort which I feel doing it, I think of the endorphin high I get after the exercise, right? And the moment I think of that, I tend to say yes a lot more than I tend to say no. So, sure, you are tricking your mind, but well, everything is about tricking your mind anyways.
It's always worth it after you've done it. So my second last question to you is, just plug everything that you do, because we've spoken about a lot that you do, like Postcards from Nowhere, like, the 6% Club, but there is other stuff you do, including guided tours for foreign travelers who wish to discover more of India than just still geography.
Yeah.
So, just plug everything you do.
Okay. So the first plug, of course, is my labor of love, Postcards from Nowhere. It's available on all wherever you can find podcasts. The second is going to be my book, which unfortunately will not be written by the time this episode comes out, but hopefully maybe another conversation in a couple of years we will get to it. And the third is a new journey I'm starting on YouTube. My content will be targeted towards international travelers coming into India. So it will be a mix of very functional content of how a foreigner can use UPI in India, how to travel safely in India, and something as basic as how to eat with your hands, because I've seen a lot of people struggle with it, to doing more stuff which I do on Postcards, which is more cultural deep dive into India, bringing out certain aspects of India, bringing out lesser known places in India and so on. What is associated with is a website which I have is Journeys in India, which is essentially helping foreign travelers, more focused on European travelers who come from long periods into India, help them design an itinerary which tailors to their interests. What I've often found is that I've met travelers in India who are, let's say, really massively into hiking and mountaineering, and they spent 2 weeks in Delhi, Agra, and Jaipur. And I'm like, you don't even get the Aravalis, forget the Himalayas. There's no Vindhyas, there's nothing, right? Why do you? But because India is also sold to them in stereotypical ways, in fixed design itineraries by travel agents, by internet, right? I feel there is a genuine need to bring that India alive, which I love so much, for them. And there is, no matter what kind of a traveler you are, you will find something in India for you. And I say that's what I really want to do. So the idea is to put out more of that content and find people who want to travel India, take them to the website and, give them paid consultations on it. And who knows, maybe if someone is willing to take time and pay me enough, I am happy to do guided tours for them into specific aspects of India, doing a deep dive into food, into culture, into history, and just explore and tell them about India the way only an Indian can, because nobody understands the country as well as the people who are living in it. And the last is our latest venture with Deepak Gopalakrishnan and my friend Abhishek, which is called the 6% Club. Hopefully by the time this episode comes out, Amit, I don't know when it is going to come out.
I think 4 or 5 weeks from the time we are recording.
Okay, so maybe this is somewhere around late March, early April. We would have the 6% Club ready and in place. So yeah, sure, if any of you are struggling with your content journeys, we'll take you from idea to execution in a very, very short period of time and equip you to make sure that you continue doing it without any help from us in the future. Yes, I think that's about it.
Yeah. No, I mean, this 6% Club is such a great idea. And, we were discussing over lunch how we were kind of lucky that serendipitously in different ways, we got set off on our content journeys and we had some help. But everybody doesn't necessarily have that help. There are people sitting there stewing with great ideas in their minds, but not being able to execute, not knowing how to execute. So I strongly recommend at least Utsav and Chuck, and I'm sure their third partner must be most capable as well. So fantastic team, just do it. And you'll take them from idea to execution within 40 days or something.
45 days is our intent. So
Magnificent.
that you can do it, and then equip with you with a system and a process which helps you continue without our help. I think that part is very critical, because just taking them there is really half the job done. It's not the whole thing. And I'll also ask Amit to make a public commitment that he has to work on some of his book projects, which he has been sitting on. So we will make a public commitment, which is a great way to let yourself to do something.
I've made many of these in the past. They don't work with me. I'm Bengali, but yeah, I make a public commitment. I will do things. My final question for you, which is, see how quickly I'm like sprinting away from, taking the subject away from me. Final question, and you know what it is. For me, my listeners, recommend to me books, films, music, which you love so much. You want to share them with the world.
I'll start with books because that's what I really spend my time on. With no surprises, Barry Lopez. Anything Barry Lopez has written, whether it is Horizon or Arctic Dreams, right? The way he describes landscapes, you will start seeing landscapes very, very differently. So anything by Barry Lopez, anything by Robert McFarlane. I think he writes brilliantly about nature and places and so on. So anything by Robert McFarlane, I think I've pretty much read every book he has written is also a huge influence on me. The other book which we never got to, I also was carrying it with me, is The Art of Travel by Alan de Botton. And he has a very interesting YouTube channel called The School of Life. I would encourage you to, look at that because it has some amazing videos and it helps you tackle everything from, personal relationship challenges to your idea of self. And in many ways, it's also a great way to think about yourself. Just by viewing those videos, you can find ways and frameworks to think about yourself. Another great YouTube channel I could recommend is Kruzetsart. I don't know how to pronounce it. It's called In a Nutshell, right? Really stunning animation and fantastic deep dives in 15 to 20 minutes. And it is so tightly written, so tightly edited. And I got to know this thanks to Deepak. He told me about it. And since then, I have been hooked to their videos. Coming to books, oh my God, there's so much I could recommend. Travel writing, Pico Iyer. I think he is a brilliant writer. And very interestingly, as an Indian who now lives in Japan, and he still writes about Japan and sometimes about India also. If you really want to know how to write simply and, maybe very pithy in your writing, I think he does a brilliant job. A book which I really enjoyed recently came out from an Indian writer, Arati Kumar Rao. It's called Margin Lands.
She's recording with me on Wednesday.
Oh, great. So, yeah, I think then you'll get a great understanding of why she's such a brilliant creator to follow. Outside of that, some of the recommendations have been of people who have been in the show. One of my absolute favorites is Peggy Mohan's book. I love that book.
Magnificent.
She is such a brilliant researcher. My heart sings when I read her writing. So, Wanderers, Kings and Merchants is her book, which I would recommend. Outside of that, I think there's a lot of food writing which has come out in India. So, something by, I think her name is Tarana Hussain Khan. There is something by Sadaf Hussain which has come out. Right. Krish Ashok's Masala Lab is a great book. He now has a more illustrated version of the book which has come out. I think it's a very, very fun book to read and really simplifies Indian cooking. When it comes to architecture, there's a book called The Language of Cities. Author name eludes me as usual. I think that's a very, very good book. Anything by Italo Calvino on travel, right? With its Invisible Cities or any of his books actually. I think he brings out, I think no one is able to bring out the intersection of space and time the way he does.
Imaginary Cities is by Darren Anderson. That's the one you're
I think
to?
So, yeah. Darren Anderson, I mentioned it, yeah. Talking about Imagined Communities by Benedict Anderson. If you really want to understand what a nation is and how we conceptualize a nation and how you can love or hate a community of people without ever interacting with them, I think that's a great book to think about. A very obscure recommendation is a book I talked about, which is Shoveling Smoke by William Mazzarella, which talks about Auto-Orientalism and how we have taken the West's ideas of Orientalism and then replaying it back to the West, very interestingly marketing ourselves in that space. Yeah, I can think of a whole bunch of other books, but they're just all over the place with no sort of, sense in them.
Last book that made you cry?
Some parts of Horizon.
Mm.
And When Breath Becomes Air by Paul Kalanithi. I think that definitely made me cry more than once. I think it's a beautiful book and a great meditation on life in that sense. Music, I do listen to a lot of music. I am a big time follower of a lot of Coke Studio stuff in Pakistan. Nothing very unique. I love Kabir Cafe. I have been reading about Kabir for the last 1 year or so, and I'm quite influenced by some of his writings, and I feel it's very it's shocking that how relevant it is 6 centuries later also, of what he talks about, and he talks about religion in many ways. So Kabir Cafe, the album Kala, was it Kala? The one which had Varun Grover also in it, and yeah, I think it's Kala. Couple of beautiful songs, Ud Jayega Hans Akela, which was originally performed by Kumar Gandhar, which is this one. Then there is, in fact, that entire album is great. Another great album, two great albums, again coming from the same production house, is one is Udan. I think a very, very interesting coming of age film, has great songs, and other is Lutera from the same Phantom Films, or I think Vikramaditya Motwane's productions. So those, I think, would be my music recommendations. Not very short list. Films also, I used to watch a lot of films, but I think I will definitely call out some films, or rather maybe one of my favorite films is The Spotlight. I think it's a brilliantly done film on the involvement of the Catholic Church in sexual abuse of children. Another great, I'm a huge fan of Miyazaki films. Grave of the Fireflies. I think I've cried every time I have seen that film. It's just so moving. And the entire family, if you have young kids, I would highly recommend My Neighbor Totoro and the whole set of films which they create. There is a certain beauty in Miyazaki storytelling which is hard to find. Iranian filmmakers also I really used to like. I just liked how simple their storylines were, but they were able to do so much of complex storytelling in the kind of censorship environment they lived in. So Abbas Kiarostami, Mohsin Makmalbaf, then I'm blanking, Majid Majidi, Tehmima Milani. I think all of them great directors, and I'm sure there are a lot more which you could look at. Ozu's film in Japanese films, right? Very interesting era of filmmaking. There's a beautiful film called Woman in the Dunes. I think it really messes with your head because it asks you questions about identity and existence which are very uncomfortable. And another film called The Departed, which was a Japanese film which explores the complex relationship of Japan with death and how death is viewed. And just Japan, anything in Japan in general, it's just a crazy, crazy country. And I really want to go there at some point in my life. Outside of that, I think I'm not very good at this.
Well, we'll have you back again. And yeah. No, this was great. Utsav, literally an Utsav for me to
Thank
sort
you.
of sit
So
and
kind, Amit.
chat with you. And thoroughly enjoyed this conversation. We will hopefully have many more. And thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Amit.
If you enjoyed listening to this episode, please share it with whoever you think might be interested. Check out the 6% Club. Sign up for it if you're a creator just waiting to be born. Check out the show notes. Explore rabbit holes at will. You can follow Utsav on Twitter at Utsav Mamoria. You can follow me at Amit Varma, AMITBARMA. You can browse past episodes of The Seen and the Unseen at seenunseen.in. Thank you for listening. Did you enjoy this episode of The Seen and the Unseen? If so, would you like to support the production of the show? You can go over to seenunseen.in/support and contribute any amount you like to keep this podcast alive and kicking. Thank you.